Good afternoon and welcome to night number 3 of 14 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in El Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Córdoba here in Coimbra. The sun is shining down on the two teams here in Portugal, but not for long as the lights will eventually be switched on to take us into some more exciting T10 cricket. I'm Charlie Hunt and you're watching the European Cricket Network. And news from the toss, the Coimbra Knights, they're going to be electing to bat first, which is going to be interesting as we're going to see Junai Khan. He's going to be at the top of the order for the Coimbra Knights, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on him, obviously scoring most of the runs for them in their first two games as they find themselves bottom of the table, only on net run rate. So plenty of cricket left in this tournament for the Coimbra Knights as we look to the Lisbon Capitals, where they're going to be relying on the skipper Azad Andani. Well, he scored 238 runs in the previous tournament in 14 matches with an average of just over 18. But they're also going to look at Dixit Patel, who could be crucial with the ball as well, as we're just about to get ready underway here as we pass over to the commentary box for the first delivery.
And welcome back here to the Municipal de Miranda de Córdoba here in Coimbra, and obviously, as you saw just there, news at the toss. The Coimbra Knights winning the toss and choosing to bat, and we're going to see that man who I did mention earlier, Junai Khan. He's going to be opening the batting here for the Knights alongside Manjeet Singh. And we take a look at some of the names in the Lisbon Capitals lineup here in match number 5 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And some of the names there, Dixit Patel, obviously a name that we are more than accustomed to and more than known here on the European Cricket Network, more than a capable bowler and with the bat as well, but also skipper Azad Andani with the bat. He's going to be crucial for the Lisbon Capitals as they are going to be bowling here first and going to be trying to restrict the Coimbra Knights to anything less than 120. Again, a very good afternoon to everyone watching all around the world, whether you're watching on FanCode out in India or if you're watching on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. And I'm sure that there's going to be many people jumping to and from, or if you're like Chris Smith and you're going to be going between both games, as obviously there is the final out in Rome going on at the moment, and I'm certainly going to be keeping at least one eye on what's going on out in Rome at the moment. Obviously the winner of the final will be going to the Super Series week next week in Rome as well, and obviously the winner of the Super Series weeks, they make their way towards the ECL in 2023 out in Spain. But we've got plenty of cricket coming up here this evening once the cricket finishes in Rome. But we're almost set to get underway here, and your two officials for this game is Gert Oosthuizen and Conrad Greenchills. And we're almost ready to get underway. Hopefully, as you can see, no umpires wearing any helmets, so hopefully not going to get any ammunition thrown at them. It'll be interesting to see how we're going to get started here. Buck Stoneman is the third umpire, and obviously tournament referee Tyron Peters, as we're ready to get underway for match number 5. And this is a good start from Badwar, just short and back of a length. Inside the offside, flies past the bat of Junai Khan. There's going to be a bit of pressure on that man's shoulders, a bit of reliance on him with the bat. And this is again just played, this time into the offside. Well, Manjeet Singh was pretty keen to get down to the striker's end, but was sent back by Khan, and it's just another dot ball. And again, good to see a few people in the chat at the moment. I'm sure we'll see many people jumping to and from, as that's just a bit of a dead ball. And you can see there the umpire. Well, the blue crew, the scorers, they've changed. They've now at the top of one of the terraces in the building just to the left on the offside. Just a few issues with the sun as it ends up setting on the offside. This time it's up, right on a shorter length, and they're going to come through for a single into the offside. There's certainly plenty of cricket going on at the moment. And I can see at the moment, well, Royal Roma, they're needing 56 to win off of 24. So it looks like it's going to be an interesting competition out in Rome. I know that there's been some interesting crowd interactions going on up there. But it's rolled Bardwaj to continue here. And this time again, Dixit Singh just trying to play this one into the offside. Doesn't quite get anything on this one. It's a good delivery. Bit of a way swing. And a bit of a nothing shot, really. Didn't get his weight towards the ball. So dot ball nonetheless. Tidy over so far. And again, looking to do something pretty similar. Gertrude Hazen saying, this time that is a wide. And it's the first wide off this innings here. And I have to say, looking out at the moment, that I do feel that Lisbon Capitals' kit might just be one of my favourites I've seen over the last few months. Big fan of the purple and black. Looking to play this into the leg side, but it's gone straight up. It's going to take some catching. And on the third time of asking, he does take the catch. So Manjit Singh is going to have to go. And he's going to have to make the long walk back. And he doesn't get an opportunity to trouble the scorers as he has to go for a duck. And the Coimbra Knights fall to 2 for 1 in the first over. And again, a good delivery. Good line and length on middle stump. Trying to play this into the leg side, but gets it all wrong, and eventually catch is taken and he has to go. Early wickets falling here, and the first one goes in the first over. And once again brings the new batsman to the crease, Vikash Kumar. Vikash Kumar obviously made his debut for the Coimbra Knights on the first night of the tournament. He had a pretty successful time with it. Scoring 31 against Marlow earlier. And didn't really trouble scorers in the other game on that evening. But he's got a lot of pressure on here as he joins Junai Khan at the crease now. And this is just clipped off the legs. And well, there's a bit of a pause. I'm not sure if he's done something or as he might just... Obviously, it is very, very warm out there today. As that brings us to the end of the first over. Mixed over. Coimbra Knights 3 for 1. As we get to take a look at the bat versus ball wall. And just saying that they reckon, obviously, Lisbon Capitals will be getting up towards that 100 mark. Obviously, par score in here is what I'd say is around probably the 115, 120, possibly up towards the 130 mark. You can see the Coimbra Knights, obviously, at the moment, just haven't yet got on to the points here this week. You can just see the average runs for and average runs against. So the bats ball just tipping Lisbon Capitals here, but as we know with European cricket and cricket in general, it's an interesting game and it's a funny game, full with twists and turns, and I'm sure we're going to get some throughout the next few hours. So the lights will come on and take full effect towards the end of the evening. And the new bowler is Taj Mohammed here for the Lisbon Capitals, and that's a great start from him. What a delivery that is to open up. Just turning to Vikash Kumar and saying, well, welcome to the crease, buddy. Let me know how you feel about that one. Let's just take another look. I like his rhythm, and this one really lifting off of a length. Just asking a few questions early on here. Here's Mohammed. This time again, outside the off stump. No foot movement really from Vikash Kumar. Just struggling ever so slightly early on here. Might be a little bit of an extra couple of yards of pace from Mohammed. But this is a good start. Good first two deliveries in this over from Taj Mohammed. This time it's Fuller on the drive in, and well, I think the fielder might have just dived over that one a little bit there. Doesn't cost him any runs, and he come through for the single. Just taking a little look at what's going on in Italy at the moment. Just about 49 runs required. Looks like it could be an interesting competition out in Rome at the moment. I can't take a big step towards the bowler, and Taj Mohammed certainly saw this early and followed him. It's a good delivery. And Taj Mohammed looking like a very wealthy bowler here at the moment, looking promising here early on for the Lisbon Capitals here. As Carly Nolan in the chat saying hello. I hope you do well, man. I hope you're doing well. I'm having a lovely time out at the moment. Very warm here today. Warmest day we've had so far. It's only getting warmer and warmer. So, always good to see. There's a little bit of a breeze, but still, certainly just a warmer temperature. And it's a dry heat as well. So, plenty of water on board. I can't going again for a big swing. This one's staying a little bit low. Doesn't get anything on this one. One delivery remaining. Only one run coming off of this over so far. Taj Mohammed impressing early on here. This is Fuller and hit well, but there's a man there, and it's an outstanding catch. And one of the main batsmen for the Coimbra Knights has to go, as Junai Khan has to go for just the one run. And at the end of the over, and that wicket means that the Coimbra Knights are now 4 for 2. Let me take another look here, and you have to say it's a deserved wicket. He's bowled really well in his first over here, and it's a great catch by that man there, Dixit Patel. Can't keep him out of the game. And they take another wicket, and a big vital wicket in this game. Chance goes astray. I think we did have a bit of frozen there, so we do apologise. But it's fixed now, and this is clipped lovely into the leg side, and it's another welcome boundary, as this time it's 4 runs for the Coimbra Knights. Wasn't really a terrible delivery. However, Ravi Jaku is very quick onto this one. And again into the leg side, and this time it's going to go all the way, and it's going to be another 6 corridas for the Knights. This is the over that they needed to get them back on track, and that man Ravi Jaku not wasting any time. He's here for the good time, not a long time, and it's another 6 runs. And again, many apologies for the drop in signal there, but I think we're back underway, and what a time to get back underway, as we saw seeing some big hitting here from Ravi Jaku. 17 off 4 for him now. And again looking to go big into the leg side, but doesn't get this one right at all. It's a bit of a slower delivery from Bardwaj, and he gets the wicket. And it's a big shame if you're a Coimbra Knights fan, as Jaku has to go. And the Coimbra Knights are now 24 for 3 after the power play. Again looking to target that leg side short boundary, but he has to go nonetheless. But it's a good, handy set of runs, but he'll be frustrated that he got a start and wasn't able to kick on. But he has to go, and at the end of the power play, Coimbra Knights are 24 for 3. So it's a big wicket if you're a Lisbon Capitals fan, as it just applies a little bit more pressure onto the Knights again after a pretty decent over, with 20 runs coming off it, but also getting the wicket as well. It's Gidich Singh out in the middle now, but it's going to be Vikash Kumar on strike, obviously, the end of that over. So at the end of the power play, and an interesting power play. You'd have to say it's swinging slightly more towards the Lisbon Capitals. However, Coimbra Knights have got a few more batsmen left in the shed. We could certainly give it a big swing. They're going to need some of them to come off in the next few overs. It does look like that game is all but over. 36 now required off of 8 in Rome. You never know. The beauties of cricket. Then this is played into the offside. Should just be the one. And they come through very safely for the single. Into Parthajul Jance. Gloves there. And I'm going to say it again. I'm a huge fan of the Capitals kit. One of my favourite ones that I've seen out on the circuit. Take the time to say huge congratulations to everyone out in Rome for another successful week of European Cricket Series. To all the blue crew and all the production crew as well. And this finds the outside edge, but it's going to be straight to the man, the deep third man, and they're going to come through for another single. But again, a huge congratulations to Vinny, Corey, and all the crew. They've got Danny out there, they've got Stigsy Sam, I believe Meadows out there as well, and Housey as well, and to all the production crew as well. Anders, Martins, and Karina. Huge congratulations on another successful week. And this is going to be given a wide by umpire Conrad. He's going to have to bowl that one again. Kiana just saying hopes everyone's doing well, and I'm sure that everyone's enjoying plenty of cricket. But it doesn't stop there, as we've got 4 games for you tomorrow, so the night series becomes a bit more of a normal series. But we've got Aslan Naseem into the attack, and there's an opportunity here, and he's going to go. So things go from bad to worse, and Vikash Kumar, he's going to have to make the long walk back again. And the Coimbra Knights now fall to 27 for 4. Trying to go big. Was in the slot, but just didn't get it right. Just didn't quite play the correct shot, and it's taken safely by the man out in the field. And they now lose the 4th. So I think now the new batsman coming in, that's Gurjit Singh. Got a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Just needs to settle the ship a little bit here. Get them through to around the 5th and 6th over. And then just a bit of a consolidation period. Obviously it's a bit difficult in T10 to take the time to have a consolidation period. However, it certainly is necessary at the moment. Now being 27 for 4. Could be looking to be cheaply skittled out, and that's the last thing that they're going to want. But a good start from Aslan Naseem. As long off comes to a regulation, mid-off, and deep third man. Deep fine leg correction is now in place. Fuller and hit well, and it evades the man at mid-off. However, long on will come round, and that's Dixit Patel. Comes through. Does well and keeps it to just the 1, so a good solid start from Gurjit Singh, but no waiting around. So I think the message is clear from the skipper, Chris Redhead. Just go out there and do what you do best. I think that's what the message might be. This is short and hit well and punished into the leg side. Textbook pull shot. And this time, Girish Singh getting in on the action. That's his first boundary, and it's another 4 runs for the Knights. See him dropping short, and Girish Singh wasn't going to miss out on an opportunity like that. He makes the most of it, and it's another boundary, a well-welcome boundary. And I think there might be a bit of an issue with the ball, as it's just gone under the stand. Going to the Rome score, the score out in Rome at the moment. It's 29 off 4 now, so looks like it's pretty much done. And early congratulations to Rome UCC, who have made their way to, or more than likely have made their way to Super Series week next week. And what a week of cricket that will be, and it's going to be Rico Full taking you along through the action next week. And Rico, he's not going to be on his own. He's got a bit of a special guest, as I believe a few people will know. I'll allude to that one in a minute. This one is going to have to be bowled again. It's going to be Nikki Chowdhury is going to be joining, and she's making her debut on the European Cricket Network. She's a more than capable commentator. She's done a bit of work with the BBC out in the UK, doing some work for the County Championship on radio, and I'm sure she's going to have an outstanding time in Rome next week. So all the best to her, and all the best to Rico as well, and everyone next week, and enjoy your day off tomorrow. We continue on here, and this one does well to keep this one out, and this is just played into the offside. So good cricket. Possibilities of looking for a second, but I don't think it was ever on. And Keanu Nolan getting it right, saying Roma CC getting the revenge after losing last year to Royal Roma. Well, certainly is a bit of flipped on its head, and that over at the end of the fourth. Coimbrey Knights are 33 for 4. But no, Nikki Chowdhury, I know I've had a little conversation with her throughout the week, and she's been saying she's very much looking forward to the next week as we take a look at the Lisbon Capitals. Obviously the skipper there you can see for the batting of the Lisbon Capitals, as Alan Dani, I alluded to that in the intro earlier on, and then also Bhardwaj and Untitled Patel could be key, and also Dixit Patel as well. Oh, this one stays very low. He does well. He gets a little bit lucky, and it is that man Dixit Patel coming into the attack and gets a bit of a lucky low bunger. And again, just played into the offside straight to the man at point. But they should come through safe. There's an opportunity, buzzers. They are going to take them on, and they should get back pretty comfortably, and they do. So, buzzers on here in Portugal. And it's very interesting from where I am at the moment. The skipper for the Capitals, Zanadani, just in front of me. Very commanding on the pitch, which is always what you want to see from your skipper. This one stays low again, and the keeper eventually gathers it up. That's Parth Jujant with the gloves. I have to say, I think we've seen a good array of keepers at the moment over the last 3 nights. Obviously 14 nights of cricket, so we're 3 into it, 11 to come after this evening. That's it well, and Patel almost taking an absolute screamer. But this one just breaks through his hand, and hopefully he's okay. But it would have been an outstanding grab early on here in match number 5. Would have been an incredible grab. It was a one-handed attempt. This is just hit into the pitch, and it's just going to be a dot ball. Chris Smith saying scoring runs but losing too many wickets. Well, there's still plenty of batsmen to come. See Chris Redhead alongside Panda. What up as well? The Panda. I know that many people will be looking forward to seeing him again. This is short. Tries to give himself room. Gets nothing on it, and it's a dot ball. You just wonder that. Might have been better off just trying to play this into the leg side, but it's a dot ball nonetheless. And it brings us to the end of the 5th. Is a halfway stage. The Coimbrey Knights are 36 for 4. Top order failing again. Janai Khan not getting a start. 1 for him. Manjit Singh not troubling the scorers whatsoever. Vikash Kumar also struggling. And Ravi Jaka hitting some pretty big shots off of 5 deliveries, but then he had to go as we return back to live action. And it is Arslan Naseem continues hit with a dot ball outside the off stump. Christmas saying panda a few times and then eventually getting a panda emoji out of it. So I don't know if you've had a bit of an accident there, Chris. Let us know you're okay. But I think that result is confirmed, and RMCC have won by 25 runs. So congratulations to them. And this is going to be given a wide this time outside the off stump. But a huge congratulations to Roma CC. Commiserations to Royal Roma, as Roma CC will be playing again in that Super Series next week. And I do believe that that's going to see a good bit of an influx of people coming in now to watch the night series here. Charlie Hunt here for the European Cricket Network, bringing you the commentary at the moment. And this is hit into the leg side. It's a big hit, and it might go all the way. And it has. It's signalled 6 by Conrad Greenshields, and it says corridas here in Portugal. Well welcome boundary, takes a step outside his crease, makes it a bit of a slot delivery. It just gets over that boundary for 6 runs. A welcome boundary for Girish Singh. Now moves on to 15 off of 9. Doesn't seem to have a response. It's again Fuller, but this time it's in a right in the block hole. And good cricket, just rotating the strike after hitting the boundary. But it is certainly a scorcher here today. Sort of went for a nice walk for lunch this afternoon, and it was about 36 degrees, 35 degrees, so hot in all around Europe at the moment. And this looks like it might have been a bit of a leg cutter, just from my angle. Looked as if he might have rolled his fingers down the side a little bit. It's a dot ball nonetheless. Garni Nolinson, Pounder is an ECM favourite. I'm a big fan of Chris Redhead and Andrew Winter. Well, Redhead, he's skippering the team, won the toss obviously, but no Andrew Winter this evening, unavailable. This is again played into the legs, into the offside, and they end up just coming through for the single. And there might have just been a shout out on air in Rome. So if you're just joining us, Coimbra Knights winning the toss, electing to bat, having a bit of a struggle early on here. 45 for 4, coming towards the end of the 6th. And it's going to be given a wide. So he's going to have to bowl that one again. Extras giving them a helping hand here. And a huge congratulations to Vinny Sand and Corey Rutgers, who I believe will be taking a bit of time away from the comms box now. And not too sure when we'll see him again, but I believe it might be when he's head coach for the Spanish national team. So good luck to you, Corey, in the next few months and weeks. As this is hit well into the leg side, and there is a man out there, but it's not going to matter. Just sails over his head, and it's another 6 runs. And once again, Girish Singh getting this over the boundary for 6 corridas. Bit of a full toss right in the slot. He's not going to miss out on this one. And I like the way that he's batting outside of his crease, making the bowler think of what he's got to do. Just gets into his head. It's a good way to end the 6th, as the Knights are 52 for 4. Take a look at some of the bowling figures. Bhardwaj getting 2 for 23 off of his 2 overs. And then 1 apiece for Taj Mohammed and Arslan Naseem. Dixit Patel getting 3 off of his 1 over. So good economy rate for him. But we're going to see Taj Mohammed bowl his 2nd and final over here in the 7th. And this is going to be given a wide ball. So again, extras on the Coimbra Knights side at the moment. That's now the 7th wide. I have to say that the intensity from the Lisbon Capitals in the field has been top notch. And this time gets to the line almost bang on. However, Gurjit Singh unable to match it. Takes a big swing across but gets nothing on it. If you're on the YouTube chat, do get involved, as it is just myself here in the commentary box. Charlie Hunt out in Portugal. So any questions or any queries, any comments, do get them in, as I do enjoy everyone's contributions in the YouTube chat. One of the best features of European Cricket Network. This is again. Well, we just wonder if Gurjit Singh just needs to get bat on ball at the moment. You've got Girish Singh going at 200 at the far end, at the non-striker's end. Just needs to get a bit of bat on ball. Just rotate the strike. I need dot balls now. As Rico would always say, dot balls are like gold dust. Speaking of which, we've reached the 400 mark for the golden ball drought. And it continues. And well, there you go. Trying to swing it once again. All over the crease, really. Never looked comfortable to Gurjit Singh. Might have been the extra pace of Taj Mohammed, but he's going to have to go as he plays on off his pads. And it's another wicket. And Coimbra Knights are now 53 for 5. Just see here. Back foot takes a step away straight away. And Taj Mohammed pretty much sees it straight away as well. Matches him and follows him in it. Just a little bit unlucky, it has to be said, for Gurjit Singh. clatters into the stumps there. He brings the new man in, Lovely Saini, and well, he had a good little cameo in the second game on night one. Ended up getting a good handful of runs, which is one of the positives to come out of that evening for the Knights. But he's got a bit of pressure on him now. Needs another handful of runs here if they're going to get anywhere near a defendable target. Well, he's not going to. Just too quick is Taj Mohammed. And Lovely Sunny has to go for a golden duck. After making 37 earlier this week, he has to go this time without troubling the scorers. And it's another wicket. And it's 53 for 6. And it's a simple game. This is a simple equation. You miss, I hit. And the new batsman's coming in. And he's now got to face a hat-trick delivery. And a good evening, good afternoon, or good morning to Krishna. Saying hello from hot Orlando. Let us know how hot it is, because I'm pretty sure temperatures might be far away. The new batsman coming in now is Balwinder Singh, and he's got a hat-trick ball to face. I think we've had 16 hat-tricks here this year on the European Cricket Network. Are we about to see the 17th? We've got a chance. And it's going to be Balwinder Singh to face up against Taj Mohammed. Hat-trick ball. And he takes it. And that is another hat-trick. And another wicket goes. This one just staying a little bit low. But it goes down in the book as a wicket. And Taj Mohammed gets his hat-trick. Outstanding scenes here early on in Portugal. And Mohammed gets his hat-trick, and there's celebrations all round. Whilst at the non-striker's end, Girish Singh is on his hinges. He doesn't know what to do. But what a spell of bowling this has been from Taj Mohammed, as that's now his 4th wicket, and he's 4 for 2 with 1 delivery remaining. Outstanding stuff here in Portugal. Incredible scenes we've just seen here. Take a look, it does stay a little bit low. He rocks back, but he'll take it nonetheless, and Taj Mohammed gets the coveted wicket. And it brings ECN favourite Panda Wad up to the crease. Well, he's coming in a bit of a tricky time here for the Knights. 53 for 7 now. He's got a lot of pressure on him now. Oh, he almost getting a 4th there. Panda taking a step away. And it just flies past the off stump. But what an absolutely sensational over from Taj Mohammed, as he ends with figures of 4 for 2 off of his 2 overs. And a huge congratulations to him on the hat-trick for him. And at the end of 7, the Coimbra Knights have now fallen to 53 for 7. As we get to take a look at what's coming up in over a month's time, maybe a month and a half. At the start of September, we've got the European Cricket Championship starting. The ECC Group A, consisting of Ireland, Spain, Austria, the Czech Republic, and Portugal. A few friendly faces that we all know in all of those setups, and they'll be there for Group A from the 12th of September in Khartoum. What a lovely place Khartoum is to play cricket. Been fortunate to play cricket there myself. As we're carrying on here, and it's going to be a bit of spin into the attack. And that is played beautifully by Girish Singh once again into the leg side. Doesn't quite get all of it, but it runs away, runs up the hill, and it skittles over the boundary. It's 4 runs and 4 welcome boundary here for the Coimbra Knights. And again, Dixit Patel on a good length this time. He's just played into the offside. So Dixit Patel, only the real one, showing a bit of fight and a bit of sensible cricket knowledge here. Just getting bat on ball and just making the most of the situation at the moment. Panda Looks like he's struggling a little bit here again. Not able to get a bit of bound on this one. I think he just needs to get Giddish Singh on strike. 27 off 13 for Giddish now. This time he does, however, straight back to Patel. Hits this well, evades the diving man at extra cover, but straight to the opposition skipper, and they just come through for a single. Oh, and that's a huge wicket. It's not being given, and we're going to go to the LRS, the limited review system. So we're going upstairs, and we're going to have to take another look on it. Look really close, and if you're a Coimbra Knights fan, in your heart is going to be in your throat. So we're going to have to take another look here. My feeling is he might be gone here. It's a close call. Does he swing round in time? Frame by frame, I think he's gone, and he's gone. He's going to have to go. He's going to have to make the long walk back. It's a real shame if you're a Knights fan, but it's a good piece of work by the wicketkeeper, as it will eventually be given out. And it is, the finger goes. So, good use of the LRS. It's the first time we've had to use it this week. Limited review system. And Giddish Singh, he has to go 27 off of 14. And Akshay Patel gets the all-important wicket. And the Coimbra Knights now fall to 59 for 8. So, that also brings us to the end of that over. So after 8, 59 for 8, I think they're just going to be hoping that if they can get up to anywhere near 75, maybe 80, they might be in with a slim chance. But some talented batsmen in the Lisbon Capitals lineup for sure. As it's now Panda Wadup facing here, as it's going to be Dixit Patel. This is wide, and Panda manages to get a bit of bat on this one. He was leaning all over the place, but he gets this one. It's just a dot ball. But it's going to be Dixit Patel to continue. And Panda gets a hold of this one into the leg side. He's not going to get to the boundary as he picks out Naseem on the boundary. And they just come through for a single. Once again, good to see a few people in the chat getting involved with the conversation, which is always pleasant to see. And the new batsman, Amit Kumar, misses out early on here. But it's going to eventually be given a wide by umpire Gert. Katu Stazen. And the quality of the officials at the early stage of this tournament has been outstanding, it has to be said. And this one stays low, and he manages to get a bit of a tickle on this one, and it's going to run away, and it's going to be a welcome boundary, and it's going to be cuatro corridas here in Portugal. See here, just stays low. Variable bounce on this pitch. Obviously, it's an AstroTurf pitch, but there are just a few areas on the AstroTurf. If you get the right area, it just skids through, and then this one pops right up off of a length, and a good take from Jijant, the wicket keeper. But this is good bowling from Dixit Patel. Short, misses out again. That's a delivery if you're going to be wanting to get their way up towards anything that's of a defendable total. That's really a ball that needs to be hit. This is short, and again at bottom edge, but this time to the man at, and they're going to come through, and they're going to try and come through, but it's going to be close here. Gets the dive in. And I think he's been given as not out, so I think he's got back safely. So in the end, it's pretty good running in the middle by these two. Pretty good understanding that they know that they're going to have to push. You see here, there's a fumble. And Kumar was set, and Panda, well, he had to put the acceleration on. And I think he is just in. It's a good dive, and the dive was more than necessary. It's good work nonetheless. It brings us to the end of the 9th with 67 on the board for 8. Panda into the leg side. Early call of 2. Don't think it's going to be there. There was a chance of taking it on. Gets sent back, and I think that's pretty sensible here. See, these two, more than capable of hitting a long ball if they connect with it. Don't want to lose wickets here. Don't want to be bowled out. So, and this is hit straight back to the man, and he almost comes off of his knee onto the stumps. And if it did, then Panda would have had to have walked. Dixit Patel into his final over. He hits this well. He's going to take some cutting off. It's the skipper. He's going to try, but he's not going to get there. And it's a welcome boundary to the Coimbra Knights. And the skipper was unable to get there, and it's cuatro corridas. So actually an outstanding shot over the top. One step down the track. And it's going to trickle away down the hill. And the skipper and Darnie wasn't going to get it anywhere near that. Need a couple more though. But it goes again, this time into the leg side. Doesn't get anything of it. There's possibilities of an early call of 2. Well, in the early call of 2, the pressure's being put on them. He's going to come back here. I don't think he's going to get there, and he's going to have to go. So even with the misfield and the fumble, trying to come back for that second, but they don't get in. And Kumar has to go. So played a good shot. Good handful, 10 runs. But he's going to have to go. They got that 1 run. So they didn't move on to 73. But they're now 73 for 9. And it brings the skipper to the crease now. He has only got one thing on his mind, and that's just to try and hit a long ball. Chris Redhead, not the start to the Knights play that he would have wanted from him and his team. But he's got an opportunity now to just get a few more runs, possibly onto the board. Oh, Panda's on walkabouts here, trying to get on strike. There certainly wasn't a run there. It's a dot ball, and it's a valuable dot ball here. And this is hit well. They're going to try and go. It should be run out in here. So that's going to be the end of it. And they're going to be run out. And it's a bit of a lackluster performance there from the Knights, it has to be said. But with a pinch of salt, as there was some absolutely outstanding bowling from the Lisbon Capitals. Most importantly, Taj Mohammed, 4 for 2 off of his 2 overs with a hat-trick in there as well. Certainly going to be worth the highlights. And the Lisbon Capitals, this is a good first start for them here in the tournament. Bowling the Coimbra Knights out, all out for 73 off of their 10 overs. Take a look at the highlights. Well, it wasn't the start that they wanted, losing wickets early on. And if you take a look at the scorecard at the moment, only 3 batsmen getting into double figures. That would be Ravi Jackie, Girish Singh alongside Amit Kumar. Just not enough, really. You just feel that this is going to be a real tough task if they're going to get any possibility of defending this one. It's a good Lisbon Capital side, but this is cricket, and you never know what we'll see. There was, of course, some very good-looking shots. All these were one of them, as Ravi Jackie came in at number 4, 17 off of 5 for him. And that was one of those huge, one of 2 maximums that he hit, 2 maximums along with 2 4s. But then going for 1 too many. You just wonder if he could have stayed in for another 2 overs. Could be a bit of a different story here. But he had to go. It was 1 too many. Which brought in Girish Singh. But he was sort of a bit of light in a bit of a dark place, as he ended up with 27 off of 14. With again 2 4s and 2 6s. Crucial 27 runs. And he looked pretty comfortable at the crease, it has to be said. Didn't really look like he was going to be troubled by the extra pace of Taj Mohammed. But he just didn't really have any support. As that was one thing I did like to see, was him stepping out of the crease and taking the attack to the bowlers, which when you're in a bit of a situation like he was with teammates crumbling and falling behind all around him, there really wasn't much that you could do. But this was the start. This was the start of an absolutely outstanding over. It was a triple wicket made, and that was the first one. That was Gurjit Singh. A little bit unlucky coming off of his pads, but it was a wicket in the book nonetheless. And then Lovely Saini coming in straight away, trying to play as he does into the leg side and got it all wrong. But that was the second one in the story of 3, as the next man in was Balvinder Singh just after this one here. Balvinder Singh then came in. It just stayed a little bit low. He went back, but it ended up smashing into middle and leg stump. And what a moment that is, and what a moment it is to have that on film. I'm sure he'll be going back to the family later on tonight and say, look, this is what happened. And there was a celebration to match it as well. A triple wicket made, and not very often that you see those, especially here on the European Cricket Network. And then there was a few more boundaries towards the end. Amit Kumar hitting 2 boundaries. But apart from that, it was a bit of a lackluster performance. But that was a good bit of work from the Lisbon Capitals keeper, Parth Trajan. Had to go upstairs, but it was eventually given. But good work from the crew here. And that was really the beginning of the end. And again, another bit of a lucky snick. This one staying low and running away towards the boundary. And then again, that was one of the best shots of the day. Clearing the infield over the covers. Wasn't conventionally played, but it was 4 in the books nonetheless. And then trying to get 2. Just wasn't really able to get back in time. Ended up being a pretty comfortable bit of work for the wicketkeeper. Very quick there. And then towards the end, trying to get as many runs as possible. It was the last over he had to run. Chris Redhead ended up going and being run out. So at the end of the 10 overs, the Coimbra Knights were bowled out for 73, leaving the Lisbon Capitals as they require 74 off of their 10. And we'll be back shortly as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal with me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to the Estadio Municipal de Moranda de Corvo here in Coimbra in the centre of Portugal. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here for the second innings of match number 5 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 in Portugal 2022, where we've got a low scoring match on our hands here. 73 has been set, 74 for victory by the Coimbra Knights, getting bowled out off of their 10 overs, off the final delivery of that 10th over. And no surprise that we're going to see that man on your screen at the moment, Azad Andani, coming into the crease. And again, just mention it again, what a series he had last time around. In 14 matches, scoring a total of 238 at an average of 18.3, with a highest score of 56 going up against Oidis last year in April. And no surprise again that we're going to see Junai Khan opening up the bowling for the Coimbra Knights. So Azad Andani will be on strike, but again, still getting over the fact that we had a triple wicket maiden in Taj Mohammed's second over. Christmas saying you have to give hats off to Taj. 1 wicket off of 2 runs for his first over, and then a hat-trick maiden. Outstanding bowling, and I have to agree, I just think that it might have been the nail in the coffin for the Coimbra Knights. But anyway, we're about to get underway here for the second innings, as the Lisbon Capitals require 74 runs for victory. And it's Junai Khan to get us underway. And he starts with an absolute blinder of a dive from Girish Singh. Obviously high on confidence after getting a good innings with the bat. This one is going to be a wide ball down the leg side to start us off here. And again, a warm welcome to everyone, whether you're watching on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. I hope you're all well. Hope you enjoyed the day so far. Plenty of cricket left to come here in Portugal. Well, and that's a really good start, as one of the main men has to go, and the skipper goes without troubling the scorers, and the Lisbon Capitals have fallen to 2 for 1. An absolutely outstanding delivery from Junai Khan, and that angle doesn't really give us much, but it will give the celebration of the skipper from Chris Redhead, and Junai Khan getting the start that everyone wanted there. The danger man goes, and what a delivery it was to get him. Well, Cardi said it will be tough to defend, but it is possible. And I tell you what, if they would needed any chance, that was what they needed early on here. And in the first legal delivery, Azad Andani has to go. Correction. Well, it wasn't Azad, it was Aslan Naseem. Again, a more than capable batsman as well. So an equal scalp nonetheless. But it brings the new batsman to the crease of Saddam Akbori. And Akbori here, he's got a bit of work on his tail, coming in a little bit earlier. And he's got Junai Khan, whose tail's up. And it's Fuller again. There's appeals, but I think there was a huge inside edge. No, there wasn't, as it's given his leg by, so most likely going down the leg. And it certainly was. Again, probably struggling to hit 5th or 6th stump. But again, a good start here for Junai Khan after the wide, getting the big wicket early on. And again, this is outstanding stuff early on here from Khan. And it's a good take from Girish Singh with the gloves.
Loving the tick, DJ, loving the tick.
I think this is good from the Coimbra Knights. They've come out here and they're going to come fighting, as with a low target being set, they need to take early wickets, and they've done so here. And that one nearly sneaking through, stays low. Straight to the fielder, and they come through pretty safely for a single. So Andani eventually gets off the mark. I think if they can just keep them quiet throughout this power play and get that strike rate or that run rate required, up to the 10 mark. They're going to feel like they're still in it, but Janai can't. He's on fire early on here. So Akbody on strike now. Again, yet to get off the mark. Only faced the one delivery. And that one nearly getting through, but he does well to keep this one out. Does Akbody with 69 on the back of his shirt. And this time, it's another dot ball and can't. Setting the standards here pretty early on for the Coimbra Knights. Certainly isn't a slow bowler, is Khan. Got a few yards of pace on him at the moment. When you're bowling like that with carry such as this of what you've just seen, why would you not be happy? And a good over from the Coimbra Knights, and at the end of the first, Lisbon Capitals are 4 for 1. And there we go, confirmation into the 400s, waiting for a golden ball. And you just have to wonder, when is this golden ball going to come? And I know Vinny always says it, well, the more cricket games you play, the more chances of a golden ball we're going to have. 401 now. And that final was obviously marked the 400. And then after the first game, and this one here, there's always into the 401s. I think my prediction, I reckon we're going to have to be waiting another 20 or 30 matches, I reckon. And I think we're just going to get one out of nowhere. But we're going to see the introduction of Ravi Jaku, who hit a few bombs in earlier in the first innings. He's got an opportunity here to do so with the ball as well now. If you are in the YouTube chat, don't forget to say hello, as I thoroughly enjoy all your contributions throughout the evening on the chat. And I know that people have had an exciting day of cricket already, but it doesn't stop there as we continue here in Portugal. Jackie just starts with a slower full toss. And Andani just taking his time. And again, with a total such as, what's it now, 70 needed, don't need to take any silly risk. You've got the boundaries here to play with. Well, it's an outside edge, and he's gone. And that's a huge wicket, and there's absolute exhalation on the outfield. And Andani, the danger man, this time does go. And the Lisbon Capitals now fall to 4 for 2. It's a great one-handed grab. So casually done, unfortunately just out of frame. But it was one-handed. You can just see it there. Out of the thin of absolute nothing. What a catch that is. You can't keep him out of the game at the moment, Girish Singh. And the danger man, Azad Andani, has to go.
Great start, Ravi. Come on.
Brings the new man to the crease, Saddam Rayyan. And again, a lot of pressure on these two now. You've got 3 and 4 at the crease, earlier than they most likely would have anticipated. And James Stewart just saying, what Vinny doesn't know is that it's actually us blue spanners who control when we get a golden ball. Well, why don't you flick the switch? I'm gonna have to flick the switch for the lights later on. Flick the switch. Let's have one. I'm feeling one. Early wickets here, a low total. Doesn't get much better than this. It's an outstanding delivery from Ravi Jaku. Back of a length. And Ryan, not the tallest of men. This one getting up on him. Flies past the face of the bat. This is a good start from the two openers here for the Knights. And this one stays low. Does well to keep this one out. He digs it out of nothing. And they come through safely for the single. It's all happening here in Portugal at the moment. Exciting cricket. And it only gets better as the lights come on.
Yeah, let's go for the bloody jugular. We need something to win.
Tom Nicholas saying, Shabba, Shabba, tension building. And I can tell you, the Lisbon Capitals dugout isn't looking as happy as they were about 10 minutes ago. Well, that's certainly going to help as that's flashed away. 2 full, and he's punished over the offside, and it's going to be 6 corridas here in Portugal. Bit of an up and down delivery, right in the slot, and Akbordi's not going to miss out there. Gets off the mark with a maximum, and that just relieves a little bit of pressure here for the Capitals. And this one just pulls his length back a little bit. And it's just going to be a dot ball to finish. So, an interesting over once again. And unsurprisingly so. I'm liking this. I like this from the skipper Redhead. He knows that they need to try and get as many wickets early on here. As we get to take a look at the standings at the moment, obviously Lisbon Capitals sitting at number 3. Haven't played a game yet, so whatever happens here, then that'll make a few changes. But obviously Coimbra Knights looking to get their first victory, sitting bottom of the table on net run rate. But again, this start just feel like there's a little slight crack in the door. And Janai Khan could be the man to put his foot in that door. And Tom Nicholas saying commentator's curse, and that 6 certainly was. 7 coming off of the previous over, but the big wicket as well of Andani. But it's Khan continuing here, as this is just played into the pad and then runs to the skipper. It's a dot ball. So that brings still Ryan on strike. 1 off 2. And hits this well, but it's going to be straight to Gurjit Singh. And they're going to come through. And it's well backed up in the end by that man in the field. And again, they just come through for the single pretty safely. They can do it in singles with the odd boundary. That run rate just creeping up to 7.87 and over at the moment. So they certainly can do it in singles, and then just as long as they punish the short or poor delivery, then they'll be within a shout. But certainly not simple, and then often you find that the smaller targets tend to worry a few people. But this one, when you play shots like that, it's not going to matter. That one just waits back, waits for this one, plays it right under his nose. Delicate touch, he's right off middle stump. He runs down towards the 3rd man boundary. He goes for 4 runs here. Needs a response here, just Janai Khan. The ball just looks like it's just losing its swing a little bit. Not doing a lot now after that first over. We see that quite a lot with these kookaburras. It's a full toss. It's just be played into the leg side. They're going to come through pretty safely. Good running. Pushing that first one hard. Puts the pressure on the fielder. And it's one of my real pet peeves is if you don't run that first one hard. Obviously, it's not easy out here. It's a bit warm. It's a long way to go. But if you don't run that first one hard, it's just not the right intensity needed in games, in situations like these especially. And this one just staying low. It's an opportunity at the non-striker's end, but he chooses not to throw. He doesn't release. As there was a bit of a shy and an appeal at LBW, but I think he was certainly going over and definitely possibly going down leg as well. Conrad not interested. And it's just a dot ball in the end. Fuller again, this time straight to square leg. And has a go at the non-striker's end, who is backing up a considerable amount here. And that is going to bring us to the close of the 3rd, and at the end of the power play, Lisbon Capitals 17 for 2. Interesting to find out where Coimbra Knights were at the end of the power play. It's a good start from the Coimbra Knights. Not a lot much more that you could ask for, really. Obviously, Coimbra Knights getting a good over in the third. 3 wickets falling in the 3 overs for them. Just the 2 for the Lisbon Capitals, but runs not easy to come by early on here. And the run rate slowly creeping up now into the 8s. And we're going to see the opening partnership again continuing here, as it's going to be Lavi Jaku to continue here. Just hit into the ground a little bit late on this one, and it's just going to be 1 into the offside. Played under his nose, just into the offside. And they're going to come through again for another single. And you just feel these two looking like they're a little bit comfortable at the moment. And I think they know they don't need to take any risks. It's not a difficult target. 55 required off of 40 now. Well, and that wicket changes things a little bit. And Ravi Jaku gets another breakthrough. And that man, Saddam Akbari, has to go. And it's the 3rd wicket to fall, and it just spices things up a little bit here. Again, the change of angle just changes things here. I think he might have got a little bit of a nick on this one. I don't know if it just plays on slightly, but he's going to have to go. And the Lisbon Capitals now 19 for 3. He's absolutely furious with himself. It was just an up and down delivery. Didn't do a lot. Just stayed and missed that one completely. But he has to go. Just manages to change things ever slightly here. I think there was a stat there at this stage. 27 for 3 were the Coimbra Knights. Obviously losing 3 wickets in an over, and also making no runs in that over as well didn't help. But if they can take wickets at consistent and key moments, they're going to keep themselves within a slight chance here. Chris putting a shout in there saying it's still tight. If Coimbra keep it tight, then they will win. So, very interesting outlook there, Chris, and I'm sure we're only moments of finding a way. So, hit this one into the covers, and that's the skipper. Chris Redhead leading by example, rather. And it's just a dot ball. Doing the basics right are the Coimbra Knights at the moment. I know there's plenty of fans watching of the Coimbra Knights. As Junjat, the keeper, that's an outstanding delivery coming right across the batsman. Just makes things a little bit harder for the batsman. Obviously takes LBW pretty much out of the equation almost instantly. But playing across just makes the chance of a little outside snick a little bit higher percentage-wise. Can he finish off well? He doesn't. It's a slower delivery. It's too short. And round the wicket, that angle's just going to make things 10 times easier. And it's a short delivery, and he gets punished. And it's going to go for cuatro carridas here in Coimbra. Take another look here. He was going for the slower ball. And this time gets it all wrong. It's too short. And you bowl at that pace, no one's really going to miss out. Rocks back. Dispatches that over the leg side for 4 runs. So again, a mixed over. And the end of 4, 23 for 3. A little look at the schedule. Obviously, we've got one more week in Italy. Super Series coming up from Monday. Rico and Nikki Chowdhury taking you through that week. But then we move to Germany, to Dresden and Krefeld once again. Obviously, we were in Krefeld just a few months ago for the Sky Exchange T20 Internationals. And then we move to Belgium for the FanCode European Cricket Series, where I'll be there alongside Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. And certainly looking forward to that. Might be a little bit cooler, which will be certainly more than welcomed by Vinny more than myself after being out in 45-degree heat. This is short, doesn't get a lot on it. Could run away, and it does eventually just run down the hill And it goes all the way for 4, so didn't really get much on it. And the bowler, Manjeet Singh, is going to feel a little bit hard done by that. Wasn't a terrible shot from Ryan. The bowler, or the fielder rather, Amit Kumar, running wide around it. Well, he just could have got something on that earlier. Would have prevented it from running away. They're just slowly catching up now, as the Coimbra Knights at this stage were 33 for 4, so still behind technically. Oh, and in the uneventful part that you would have a slip there, that would have gone straight to him. But it's a nick. Just come through for a single, so a 4 and a 1. Rotating the strike. Coimbra Knights really need a victory here, and a victory in a tight game like this will really kickstart their campaign again. It's a big appeal, and Conrad Greenshield's very early on turns that down. It'll be interesting to take another look at this one, as we do. It takes a big step down and means that the impact is well outside off. Again, good call from the officials. Conrad out there. And he's been outstanding over the last few nights. All 3 of the officials have alongside Tyrone Peters, the match referee, tournament referee. And it's another appeal, but this time a bit of a less intense. There could be an opportunity here, but the throw is wayward. And they end up getting home safely. It's just a dot ball. You see here, he was set. Well, Parth Jujan wasn't having anything, but he turned his back and he went, well, I'm not going. So I don't know where you're off to. But Ryan was off on a bit of a walkabout there. Getting back safely. Plenty of cricket left in this game. Not if you're going to bowl like that. He's strong off his legs. And Parth Jujan isn't going to miss out. And that's going to race away. And it's going to go for another boundary on the leg stump. And it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs into the stands. 4 corridas. Shrug in the chat. Very good evening to you. Looks like another lovely night in Portugal. It certainly is. So starting to cool down slightly here. And it's another appeal. There's a chance at a run out. And we're going to go to the limited review system once again, called on by umpire Gert Oosthuizen. So we're going to have another look here. So there was a shout at the LBW, but that was turned away. We see here, he wanted to go for the run, but he gets turned away, and it was a direct hit. It could be close. I think he's gone, and he is. He's gone. He doesn't make his ground, so he's going to have to make the long walk back, and that's another huge moment in this game. He's going to have to go, as the signal is going to very soon going to be given on field. And it's certainly gone there for me. Stone cold. And that bell, you might have just been able to hear it in the clubhouse. They've got the stream on, so they can see it before the players do, and it's given. So it's a wicket, and Parth Jujan has to go after hitting a lovely boundary. This time, gets it all wrong. Tries to run off of an LBW shout, but this time he has to go as he's eventually run out. Good work from the wicketkeeper. And the Lisbon Capitals are now 32 for 5. So correction, 32 for 4 here. Things just getting a little bit interesting here in Coimbra. Wickets tumbling at the right time for the Knights. And the Capitals now under a little bit of pressure. 32 for 4 at the halfway stage. And that run rate just keeps climbing up and up and up. It's now 8.4 and over. And we're going to see the introduction of the skipper, Chris Redhead, as the infamous Dixit Patel comes to the crease. He's got a job on his hand now as he joins Ryan out in the middle. And that run out certainly was close. And again, good use of the LRS and outstanding work by the production crew here over the last few nights. And well, they're getting their money's worth this evening. Daniel, Ian and Mislav getting their work cut out for them tonight. But it's Chris Redhead into the attack. It's a good start. Taking the pace off of things here. Ryan gets in two minds and almost gets it all wrong. Fuller and hit well. There is a man there. And he takes the catch. And it's another wicket, and things are looking more and more bright here for the Coimbra Knights. And it's taken by Ravi Jaku. Can't do a lot wrong here. As Chris Redhead gets another breakthrough. And Sadam Ryan has to go. It's a great catch. Almost lost his footing. Manages to keep himself upright and takes the catch cleanly. And Lisbon Capitals now fall to 32 for 5. And what did I tell you? Those small targets just make things a little bit more complicated. Just think it's going to be so easy, but all of a sudden you take the foot off the gas and you start struggling. And that run rate now up to 9 and over. It started at just over 7. And the skipper getting another breakthrough, and it's now risen to 9 and over. 42 off of 28 here now. And the Coimbra Knights' tails is certainly up as the hat-trick man comes to the crease. Taj Mohammed already did the job with the ball, and he's probably sat there saying, well, hang on, guys, I've done my job. What's going on here? But he's in now, and he's got another job to do here. There was a nick there. It was a bottom edge. One of the toughest catches to take as a keeper, but he did well to prevent this from going for any more runs. And you just get a feeling around the ground at the moment that this is going to be close. This is played into the offside by Taj Mohammed. You can just see all the fielders in the ring walking in, doing the basics right. No misfields. Any opportunities that come their way, they take them. Led very well by the bowler at the moment, Chris Redhead. There's an appeal. I think it's been turned down by umpire Conrad. Be interesting to take a look here. I don't know if there was much for it. He takes a step out. Wow, that would be really close. I have to slow that one down a little bit, if possible. However, ends up being given as not out. So Conrad comfortable with his decision, but it's a dot ball again nonetheless for the Knights. What an over this is turning out to be so far. Full toss into the leg side. There isn't a man there, and it's going to sail over. So he didn't get all of this one, but he got enough of it, and it saves corridas and a much needed boundary for the Capitals. Let's see, Chris Redhead getting this one all wrong. It's a full toss, and Mohammed isn't going to miss out, especially on that short leg side boundary, and it goes the distance. As there was a little bit of an issue, I think, with one of the walkie-talkies on the radios, but it's been sorted out now. And we're now going to see Gurjit Singh into the attack. So 36 off of 24 now. Take a look at the stats at the moment. It was a good over from Chris Redhead, getting the wicket and getting that 1-6, just letting things go. Just feel if they could have kept it to a 1 or a dot ball, the pressure on this over would have been even bigger. But it's 36 off of 24 now, still 9 required, and it's Gurjit Patel and Gurjit Singh into the attack. And they're just going to come through for a single as Dixit Patel gets off the mark with a single into the offside. But again, just goes to show that we've got a real level playing field. We've had 4 close games. No one's really dominated over anyone here. And this match again proving things can be real close. This goes high. It's an opportunity. And it's gone. And it's that man, the Panda. The Panda takes a pounce. And he gets the wicket. And it's Taj Mohammed who has to go. And another one falls. And the Lisbon Capitals are now 39 for 6. Bit of a straight up delivery, and Panda does the hard work, gets there and finishes off with a bit of a slide. Bit of a football celebration here on the old football ground. 39 for 6. The pressure right onto the Lisbon Capitals now, as it's now 35 off of 22 here. And no surprise that there's a few celebrations for Panda. in the chat. And I know there's going to be a few people having him in his fantasy team. So there's a few points for you there. And he brings the new batsman, Dixit Patel. It's going to be a close finish here. 35 off of 22. And it's Dixit Patel now on strike. And this one not looking comfortable early on. It almost squares him up, really. Some interesting foot movement nonetheless from Dixit Patel. Obviously 2 D Patels in at the moment. You've got Dixit Patel at the top, the non-strikers end, and Dixit at the strikers at the moment. Yet to get off the mark. Gets off. Well, this is pushed into the leg side. There's a man there. And it's taken eventually. It's another wicket. And the Capitals are throwing this away as Dixit Patel goes for a duck. And it's that man, Junai Khan, who takes the catch out in the deep. And the Lisbon Capitals have now fallen to 39 for 7. Again, a bit of a straight up delivery. Wasn't too much to it. He takes it on the second chance of asking, and he has to go. It's a horrible long walk back to the stand. Dixit Patel has to go for a duck. And now it's gone up to 10 runs and over, 10 and a half. 35 off of 21 required. 35 off of 20, correction. Things go from bad to worse from the Capitals here. And I know there's going to be plenty of fans from both teams. There'll be mixed feelings all around Europe at the moment if you're watching here in Portugal. And the new batsman on strike here. That one stays low. It's going to be given a wide. One of the first wides we've had in a while. Bowling has been superb from the Knights. It's what's kept them in this game, taking wickets at crucial moments. This is just dabbed into the offside, and they're going to come through for a single. And there's a lot of noise coming out of the middle at the moment. A bit of talk in the chat at the moment about the next set of qualifiers. Plenty of cricket in and around Europe. Really is good to see. It's taking the world by storm. Trying to play this into the leg side. I think he might have done himself a bit of damage here as he limps off almost pretty gingerly here. Might have done something to his ankle. But it's again an outstanding over from Gurjit Singh. 2 wickets for just the 3 runs. And at the end of the 7th, the Lisbon Capitals are 41 for 7.
Hey, Chris, have a word with Guri, mate. He might be injured. Yeah, Guri 1 over. And then you, and then he finishes.
There's a lot of talk about who should bowl what over. It'd be interesting to see how we're doing for time as well. Well, we saw this earlier, didn't we, in the week? Not on here, but with South Africa getting skittled for 80 yesterday. Well, that's not going to help. It's a full toss. Junai Khan, he put as much effort in as he could, but that's just going to stir things up a little bit here, as it's another 4 runs. And it's gone for 4 runs to the leg side. And at the moment, this just gets a little bit more interesting now. 29 off 17. And he gets the wicket. He has to go. It's a great comeback. There's no other way that you can come back any better than that from Chris Redhead. And he skittles him over. Middle stump goes. And it's now 45 for 8. Takes the top of middle and off. Doesn't get much better than that. He's so deep in his crease. And if he was almost at a bit of a regulation stance, it might have been a bit of a slot delivery, but he's so deep. Just makes it 10 times harder. And elation for Redhead. He picks up his 2nd scalp of the innings. There's a lot going on in the chat at the moment. Moderators getting their money's worth. A lot of pressure on these two now. As the new batsman is Rahul Bhardwaj. So you've got the number 6 batsman out in the middle at the moment alongside the number 10 as well. There's a lot of pressure on these two as it's now 29 off of 16. It might have been a bit of an edge there. It's going to run away and it's going to be another boundary. I think it is going to be given runs, and it is. So it's a tough chance for the wicketkeeper, but it's going to have to go down as a missed opportunity. And it's a boundary, and it's a well-welcome boundary if you're a Capitals fan nonetheless. That just stirs the pot a little bit again. And this time it just runs towards the boundary. It's getting spicy here at the moment. You can see at this stage, Coimbra Knights were well ahead, 58 for 7. Losing the last few pretty cheap. It's another one! Chris Redhead is on fire! And it's another wicket. And you feel that that might be curtains on this game now. As Bhardwaj looking to go big into the leg side, gets this one all wrong. And Redhead in the wickets again. And this time it's now 49 for 9. And what a story this could be. They feel like they would have well under par with a score of 73. And they've managed to skittle the Lisbon Capitals to 49 for 9 here. And a bit of grip off the seam there. And it just clatters into off stump. Prime bowling from the skipper. He's got 2 deliveries left as Dixit Patel, the number 11, is out there to join Dixit Patel. Number 6 now. So number 6 and 11, if they're going to do anything here, it's got to start going now. And you just wonder, does Dixit want to just put Dixit Patel on strike now? As Vinny Sandhu is joining the chat. He's recovered after finals day. And he joined at a very interesting moment here in Portugal. Oh, this is sensibly played from Dixit Patel. Just defends this into the offside. Respects the good ball. That's just what they've missed out here. Just respecting the good ball with a total of 73. You didn't have to take any risks. And again, sensibly played to the man in the covers. And what an absolutely outrageous over from Chris Redhead. 8 runs coming off it, but 2 wickets falling. And at the end of the 8th over, the Lisbon Capitals are 49 for 9. Take a look at the worm. Never really, only getting above it for the first 2 overs, and since then, struggled. It's just been a sense of headless batting, really. Unnecessary risks at the wrong time, and well, everyone always says that it happens in the 9th, but this game it's always happened in the 7th. 5 wickets falling in the 2 7 overs. There's the shrug saying to the tune of a well-known Kings of Leon song. I'm not gonna go for that one here. It's a good karaoke song though. I rate it. And this is clipped. Doesn't get anything on it. And interestingly here, they don't take the run. So I think they know that if there's going to be a man to do it, it's going to be Dixit Patel here. Going to have to do it himself as the robot. He was in, but he's taken it away. So he's stepping in and out. Goes for a big swing into the leg side and pressure building here now. 25 off 10 now the equation for the Capitals. 1 wicket though for victory for the Coimbra Knights. And what a victory that will be, or that could be. It's that man Gurjit Singh now. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. And Lisbon Capitals, they'll take a few more of those if they can get them. As they edge closer. I'll tell you what, one thing that has to be said is the standards in the field from the Knights has been outstanding here in the first match tonight. Into the leg side, doesn't take the run. Controversially, I'd like to know what everyone else thinks about this one. No run taken with 3 balls remaining. Patel hasn't hit a boundary yet. But he's relying on himself to sort of hit a bit of a form here. Hits this one, and again, doesn't take the single. Well, this is almost a little bit silly here. I have to question what's going on in the head of Dixit Patel here. ECN robot enjoys romantic poetry, walks on the beach, the smell of wildflowers, and a monster pizza while sitting on the couch watching Saturday. But this, you're going to sit here and you're going to watch that one as that sails over, and that's going to stir things up as it says corridas here in Portugal. And that just mixes things up a little bit. Take another look. Slot delivery, steps forward, and he swings well and swings hard, and it flies over the boundary for 6 runs. That equation now, 18 off 7. If you can get another boundary here, it's game on. Plays this and plays this well, straight to Panda. There was a dive at the striker's end from Dixit Patel. He was in by about 3 seconds, but you have to rate the commitment. But the equation is simple. 17 required off of the last over with Dixit Patel on strike. And Keanu Nolan's calling it. This is pure goodness at the moment. Maybe not from a batting perspective, but from an entertainment perspective here on the European Cricket Network. I didn't finish reading the robot's comment. And a monster pizza while sitting on the couch watching Saturday night European cricket. Hashtag pure goodness. Well, you take a look there. Those are the lineups for the next game. There isn't really much of a change, I don't think. I think Harvinder Singh comes in for the Coimbra Knights. And looking at the Lisbon Capitals, don't think there's much of a change there either. Well, let's get a bit of food chat. Let me know what everyone's having for dinner or for tea this evening. I can let you know what we're having here tonight as well. Last over. Well, there's a chance of it. They're appealing here. And he is given, and that is the game. So that is outrageous bit of bowling from the Coimbra Knights. Dixit Patel didn't want to go. He wanted to stand his ground. He's not happy. But it's been given. And the Coimbra Knights get up their first victory on the board. You can just see how much that means to them. You can see their elation getting off the mark with their first victory. And what a way to take their first victory there. Getting rolled out for 73. Their heads would have been down. So take a look at another. And there certainly was an edge. Huge deviation. And you can see there he was almost expecting it, really. There's a huge deviation there. He's had a bit to do as Girish Singh, both with the gloves and with the bat. But the Coimbra Knights, they get their first victory, defeating Lisbon Capitals by 16 runs, skittling them all out for 57. So we take a look at the highlights. There was early success from Khan, getting an absolute peach of a delivery in his first over. That was the first legal delivery, starting off with a wide, getting to remove Arslan Naseem for a golden duck. And then an outstanding grab, caught behind, was Andani, and what a game changer that moment was. 1 off of 4 for him. Not the start to the tournament that he would have expected from himself, or his teammates would have expected from him especially. And then from there, well, it was a bit of a sad story if you're a Capitals fan. There's a few delicious boundaries being hit here and there. There's a bit of a fight back from that man Akbori, 12 off 9. However, he was the only one to get into double figures. And again, I think one thing that has to be said is that the bowling was super tight from the Coimbra Knights. 5 extras in the entire 9.1 overs with 4 wides and 1 leg bite. But there was some outstanding work in the field. You look at the bowling stats. Junai Khan 1 for 9 off of his 2 overs. Ravi Jaku 2 for 13. Manjit Singh 1 for 9 off of his 1.1. And Chris Redhead getting 3 wickets. There's a reason why he's one of the more dangerous bowlers here. You may not think it, but him and his talent out in the middle with the ball, proving himself here in match number 5, ending with 3 for 14. And then Gurjit Singh as well, 2 for 11. So all players pushing in here and making contributions, just getting wickets at the right time. And that was also a crucial moment there. And Parth Georgian had to go. 8 off 7 for him. He's run out. And a good catch, taking everything. And if you're going to defend a total of 73, that's what you need to do. And that's what was expected. And they ended up executing it to almost perfection. Well, there's the hat-trick man. Tried to go big into the leg side, but he, once again, didn't get it right. And this time, well, he was eventually taken. And that man there, the Panda, getting a knee slide in there. And that was a huge moment once again in the game. And what a first game we've had here tonight. The cricket, the exciting cricket, never ever seems to fail you here on the European Cricket Network. And what a game to call. Myself, Charlie Hunt. And there we go, that man coming into the attack, Chris Redhead. Well, he bowled a few deliveries that were very hittable, but 9 times out of 10 he was on the money. And actually it'll be interesting to see how many of his wickets were bowled. 1, 2. 2 out of 3 of his wickets were bowled. You can just see bowling stump to stump seems to do it for him. And you can bowl this express pace, miles an hour. It doesn't matter, because as long as you bowl stump to stump, then nothing can really change. That was one of the moments there. Good delivery, coming in off of a length, taking the off stump out of, almost knocking him over, and eventually did. There you go, you can see. You just see that the spirits were almost high all the time for the Knights, and then that was a bit of a glimmer of hope as Dixit Patel hitting a long hit, but then the next delivery getting bowled at the final time, and Gert raises his finger, and that was how the story ended. And what a first game we've had here tonight, match number 5 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. Well, don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in around about 45 minutes or so for game number 6. It'll be the return fixture, as the Coimbra Knights will be taking on the Lisbon Capitals once again. And you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, here, and you're on the European Cricket Network. And a very warm welcome back to the Estadio Municipal de Moranda de Corvo here in Coimbra, where you join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for match number 6 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal. And as you can see, well, we're just coming off the back of an outstanding victory for the Coimbra Knights, getting their first victory on the cards after getting skiddled for 73 off of their turnovers, but they ended up doing better than that and getting Lisbon Capitals all out for 57 as we take a look. And there was just that one change as it's pretty much all the same. Not a lot of changes as Lisbon Capitals, not the start they would have wanted. And I called it very early on that those early low totals in a tournament are really difficult to chase down. That just proving me right as we're always ready to get underway here. And it's going to be Shock, that man again, Junai Khan, going to be opening up for the Coimbra Knights. And it's going to be... We're almost ready to get underway, just a little bit of a pause. Once again, a very warm welcome if you're watching on our European Cricket Network YouTube channel all around the world, or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. We're set for another exciting T10 match here as the lights start to come under, as we're ready to get underway with Junai Khan for the Coimbra Knights. Starts with a full toss, and this is just going to be pushed into the offside, and it's going to be a single, and Andani gets off the mark straight away. And there's a bit of an interesting comment that I've just seen, and Mana Michael has said, Chris Redhead, age 53, he played cricket how possible. Now, I'm just going to very quickly refer to the previous game. Chris Redhead ended up with figures of 3 for 14 off of his 2 overs. The pick of the bowlers for the Coimbra Knights, and ended up winning them the game. So I'm going to have to say that comment might be a little bit invalid, sir. But nonetheless, we appreciate all inputs and queries and comments on the YouTube chat. Just myself here in the commentary box. Good evening to Mike Seal as he comes into the chat. And well, Mike Seal comes in and brings us the first wicket of match number 6. And Junai Khan carries on when he lefts off. And, well, the batsman, Saddam Ryan, has to go early. And it's a golden duck for him, but he has to fall. And that means that the Lisbon Capitals are 1 for 1. Again, an absolute pearl of a delivery. Nips back in. And you can just see that even though it's so early on in this match, there's still a bit of salt left in the wounds after the first game this evening. And that man, Saddam Ryan, has to go. Now, Saddam Ryan getting promoted from number 4 to the opening spot. Not pulling off as he ended up getting out for a golden duck. And I know what Rico would be doing right now. He's doing a little bit of a quack noise. I can't do one as good as he can, so I'm not going to try. But a good start here again for the Coimbra Knights. And I know that there's many people watching around the world who are big fans of the Coimbra Knights. Obviously the Knights, the host team here in Coimbra, in Miranda de Corvo, on this beautiful picturesque ground, which obviously used to be a old football pitch and is now the home to the Coimbra Knights. So, new batsman's into the crease now. This one just jags back by quite a long way, and it's Salam Akbori is the new. He's the new batsman to the crease and getting a bit of an interesting ripper to start as that one jagged in by quite a long way. Junai Khan, what a start again, proving he is one of the main men in this squad for the Coimbra Knights this tournament. Be interesting to see how many wickets he can take away and how many runs as well. More than capable with the bat as well. Fuller slashed and slashed hard, but it's good work from that man, the Panda. And they should just come through for the 1, and it is just the 1. So outstanding work. And the standards being set pretty early on here for the Knights. And Mike Silge saying playing against a 70-year-old spinner in the Hans Premier League, sorry, bowler. He was so accurate, I couldn't get him off the square. Well, there you go. Mike Silge, I'm assuming that means you obviously played Hampshire Premier League, or Hans Premier League. Do love to know all about our viewers, and it's a great initiative as the YouTube chat allows us to have a good conversation. As Junai Khan, he's on fire at the moment. There's not a lot that the man can't do. He can't stop him here. That one is a peach of a delivery, just going over the top of the off stump. As you can slowly see, the sun is slowly starting to set. Pretty fair distance away. The lights might come on in the second innings. That's a good stop down the leg side by Girish Singh. He's been busy over the last hour or so, 2 hours, both with bat and with gloves. That's a good stop there, prevented what could have been another wide boundary. But it brings Sanam Akbari back on strike. And Akbari, well, again, coming in at number 3 again, 12 off 9 in the previous game. He's got a lot to prove here, coming in at number 3 alongside Azad and Andani. It's another leg side wide. Half of an appeal. It doesn't look like it was near anything really. It's another one, and Junai Khan furious with himself. Expects better from himself there. And an absolute peach of a delivery. That one, doing him all ends up, and he's just there, hand on hip, saying, well, not a lot I could have done with that one. And there's a bit of a, Riyasad saying this pitch is definitely too pace for some uneven bounce. And it's been the case pretty much all throughout the week at the moment. And we actually, throughout the middle of the innings, we did have a bit of a roller on it. As we take a look at the Hall of Fame with the hat-tricks at the moment. So that first one coming on the 4th of March. But we added to that this week, or just earlier. And there you go. Number 17, Taj Mohammed, getting his name on the Hall of Fame for 2022. 4 for 2 off of his 2 overs. However, it was in vain as they ended up going on to lose that game. So I don't know how many times you can have someone take a hat-trick and finish with figures of 4 for 2 off of his 2 overs, yet still lose the game. Now, I'm sure that there's someone out there that can work that one out for me. As it's going to be Manjeet Singh to take the second over here. So no Ravi Jaku. A bit of a change up here. All bowlers bowled extremely well in the first game for the Coimbra Knights. Obviously defending a total of 73 and winning comfortably by 16 runs in the end. Just goes to show that there was some tight batting. And in fact, in the Lisbon Capitals innings, there was only 5 extras, 4 of them wides, 1 being a leg by. Just goes to show that bowling tight really can win the games. It's an appeal, but certainly looks as if it was going down leg. And then again, another shot at the stumps. You could just feel at the moment, Lisbon Capitals losing the toss, being put into bat again. I think the Coimbra Knights just going, well, look, this is what we can do with you when there's scoreboard pressure, and there's still more pressure on you now. There's a lot of pressure on these batsmen of the top order. No one coming off in their first game here in the FanCode European Cricket T10 in Coimbra. This is Fuller again on the drive, but well fielded off of his own bowling by that man, Manjeet Singh. And it's good to see a good few names in the chat at the moment. Mike Seal alongside Kianu and Ahmed Sabir as well. Well, he was looking as if he was going to try and set up the leg side, and that's what he's saying there with his bit of shadow batting it after the ball flies past the bat, sinks into Girish Singh's gloves. This time it's a dot ball. Good over so far this from Singh. Can he continue it here? Well, again trying to go into the leg side, and could see a little bit of aggression here, and I think he's just saying, well, I think that might be the 4th straight ball that you've tried to hit me into the leg side. You still can't do it. That one hitting the pad and definitely going down leg side once again. Interesting though, early on, the first 2 overs, the ball does swing, but as soon as that second over is bowled, the ball just tends to die. Just again, it probably depends on how much it gets smacked around in the power play, to be fair. This is hit and hit hard. It's going to split the fielders, but that man again, he's on fire. Pandawada can't get anything through him. Body on the line, and you can see how much that is appreciated by all of his teammates. And again, an extremely tight over with just the 2 runs coming off it, and at the end of the second, the Lisbon Capitals are 7 for 1. And I know Panda's got some of the most loyal fan base out in Europe, as we take a look at what that means. So the Coimbra Knights, they've risen to number 3 in the table, and I know that's going to put a lot of smiles on a lot of people's faces, especially out in the clubhouse. I know that they're listening. Very good evening to all of you in the clubhouse. Hope you're all well, enjoying some beverages, I'm sure. Been some absolutely outstanding being hosted by everyone over in the clubhouse. It can be Janai Khan to continue. On the drive is Salam Akbari, but he's matched by the skipper, Chris Redhead. Talking about age, well, earlier in the week, I think there was an ECN record. There's a 75-year-old, I believe. Oh, do correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was a 75-year-old who made his debut, which is outstanding, and just one of the amazing aspects of the European Cricket Network, it has to be said. This is full and driven, and this time it will get through, and it's a welcome boundary. And it's going to be that man, Salam Akbari, pouncing on a fuller delivery. This time it gets punished, and it's cuatro corridas here in Portugal. 2 full toss, outside off, and he's not going to miss out there. Bit of pressure on Janai Khan now. He's now gone for 1 for 9 off of his 1.2 overs. Needs to come back here. Bowled outstanding again in the first. 1 for 9 off of his 2 overs. 1 for 9 off of 1.2 here in this game. And again, trying to give himself room, and that's probably the 3rd or 4th time that he's tried to play that shot, and he's just not executing it right. Tries to give himself room, and the shot really there is anything into the leg side. If it's a clip off the hip, or if you rock back, get that back foot across and really pull it. All the men are in the circle, so you've only got to clear them to get over into the boundary. Interesting theory into the batting of Salam Akbari at the moment. This time it's Fuller, and he's hit this well, but it's going to be straight to the man. They got him a shy at the stumps. It would have been close to see if it was a direct hit. And that one really was, as you can see, obviously the ball on the floor shows that he was panicking a little bit. So the 2 men now are a deep third man, a deep fine leg at the moment. So saying if you're going to hit me well. It's Panda, and once again does extremely well. So Panda is on fire in the moment in the outfield. Nothing getting past him. Obviously, we never really want to see any real pandas on fire. But Panda what up at the moment? Electric. Nothing getting through him. Panda the wall. Full, and there it sounded as if there was a nick, and the finger goes, and it certainly sounded as if there was a nick from my angle where I am, and he's furious with himself, and you could just tell that he was getting a little bit frustrated with himself. Too many dot balls, wild swing outside the off, little feather through to Girish Singh, and he's going to have to go, and that means brings us to the end of the 3rd. At the end of the power play, that wicket means that the Lisbon Capitals are 13 for 2. And Riasad just supporting what I said, just saying when balls are coming like that, they should look to flick or pull towards the leg side boundary. That pace of the race, always clear that small square leg boundary. And you're absolutely correct, Riasad. Have to agree. But again, outstanding figures from Janai Khan. 2 for 11 off of his 2 overs. Once again, just showing that he's more than capable of dealing with the pressure. Obviously, that brings us to the end of the power play. So a few fielders going out, but not too many. They've got a deep point, and then a deep mid-wicket, and a deep long on, and a deep square leg. Everyone else is on the ring, on the angles. IPL Raz calling it, saying big hit coming up. You might be right. Into the leg side off the pad. Certainly going down the leg side again. But a good bowling nonetheless from Manjeet Singh. Only 2 runs coming off of his first over. But it's certainly good to see. There is certainly a leadership team for the Coimbra Knights. Definitely consisting of the two obvious members of the skipper and Janai Khan. Janai Khan, obviously a very, very experienced player all around the world. And the new batsman, Dixit Patel, getting a bit of a promotion. Came in at number 6. He's in at number 4 here. I don't think he was expected to be in this early either. Once again, he does well to keep this one out, as the ball is going into the shadow, so he's doing well not to lose it. Certainly testing the eyesight. And once again, just to confirm, the officials, Gert Oosthuizen, the striker's end at the moment. It's a square leg at the moment is Conrad Greenshields. Wow, that's come off everything, and I think Dixit Patel just saying straight away, that's off my ribs. And I think he's just trying not to rub it. As we see there, might have been off the ribs or might have been off the arm. I think it's actually just off the wrist. But it's a good stop, didn't take it cleanly. It's a good stop nonetheless. Was it off the... Interestingly, it wasn't off the glove, so it's not a drop chance. But good keeping. And again, good stuff from Girish Singh. Really looked promising with the gloves, and it's certainly appreciated by all of his teammates. I think they're slowly realising that, well, could be a few more extras if it wasn't for him. But Dixit Patel just getting off strike. Getting Andani, who's 3 off 5. Not really done anything punishing here yet. And this is solidly played to mid-on. And they go. He's got a good arm on him, and that's Gurjit Singh at mid-on. Mid-off, correction. Certainly won't want to take a quick single to him. Mike still hitting nail on the head, saying having a good keeper massively helps. It certainly does. Just having that confidence that you can bowl wherever and you almost know that you're not going to cost you too many extras. Certainly is a confidence builder. But it brings Patel back on strike. Into the leg side. He's not got all of this. It's going to take some catching. Well, that man's done a lot for the Coimbra Knights over the last few games. However, wasn't able to get there, and it's Janai Khan again at the leg side. But that brings us to the close of the 4th, and the Capitals are 17 for 2 off of 4. So it gives me a good opportunity. If you are in the chat on the European Cricket Network YouTube chat, on the live chat, let us know where you're watching, and we'll have a little bit of a lurkers call out. Lurkers call out alongside some random questions as well. But obviously we got the confirmation earlier today on the finals day in Rome that Roma CC, well, they'll be taking themselves to the Super Series starting on Monday, where they'll be facing Albano Fresh Tropical, Gino Brescia Cricket Stars. And that's going to be an absolutely outstanding week of cricket. We've had 4 weeks going into the 5th now. It's raced away. It's going to be Rico alongside Nikki Chowdhury with the commentary for you there. But we're going to see Ravi Jaku into the attack now. And he's going to start with a wide delivery. Max Hill watching from Hampshire. I know Hampshire pretty well. My grandparents live on the Hampshire-Berkshire border, so. And Dixit Patel once again. We've seen him do that before today, and it's almost a copy-paste real action there. And it's slapped over the infield, and it's 6 corridas here in Coimbra. Wasn't a terrible delivery, if anything, it was just a little bit too full. And he gets punished. No margin for error here on the European Cricket Network. Patel, a well-needed boundary. This time he's going to be another wide. So Ravi Jaku struggling a little bit here. Wide, 6 wide. Just needs to have a little conversation with his teammate.
Hold on. Out you go. Vicky, out you go. You stay in. Vicky, all the way.
You can really see the Coimbra Knights are pumped after their victory in the first game tonight. The standards are there, and Chris Redhead just getting a little bit loose. He played in 1 game on the first day, but he's playing in 2 here. Obviously no Andrew Winter, missing out. Obviously one of the things here on European Cricket Network, obviously these players aren't professionals and they have obviously day jobs, as this is a wide down the leg side. And have to balance obviously work and cricket. But I'm sure we'll see Andrew Winter again throughout the next, obviously, 12 nights. Actually, 11 nights after this. Obviously, this is the 3rd night. Flying through. We've got plenty of cricket tomorrow. He gets a bottom edge on this one. Again, just showing that the pitch is just misbehaving ever so slightly. And gets the bottom edge, and then ended up going safely through to Kadish Singh. But it's a good comeback from Jaku. And again, he hits this one well, and it's a good stop from Jaku, as the long off fielder, Gurjit Singh, he would have been struggling to get round to that. It was hit powerfully by Patel. It was well stopped by the bowler off of his own bowling. And again, hits this well, but doesn't hit this well enough. And almost thankful that he did, as it drops short, and it's in between the two fielders, Chris Redhead and Gurjit Singh. And he survives another day, does Patel. And the bounce is a little bit inconsistent. It's just there's a certain few areas on the pitch where just misbehaves ever so slightly. Adds a little bit of spice to the game. Not dangerous though, so continue on here as Andani struggling along here. Again, and he's just showing a little bit of frustration. There was a bit of a grunt there. Just struggling to get it off the square a little bit here. A seriously talented batsman, both club and country. Just struggling ever so slightly out in the middle. Here, as the sun slowly sets in Coimbra. Dixit Patel into the leg side, but there's a man at deep square. Picks him out straight away. That's lovely. Saini does the work. And as the umpire calls over, the Lisbon Capitals are 29 for 2. So, a bit of a different story at the moment tonight. Looking like par, which was obviously originally at 130, 120. Looks like anything, if you can get near 100, you'd be quite happy. And we are going to see Chris Redhead into the attack now. You can see that Ryan getting a golden duck, bowled by Junaid Khan. Again, and he gets some random questions in. Any food talk? What you're having for dinner tonight? I know we heard about some chicken earlier. And let us know. Get involved. Obviously, keeper coming to stand up now to Chris Redhead. And feeling really sad to see a player like Andani struggling. Well, form is temporary, but class is permanent. So, and I'm sure over the next few nights of cricket we're going to see. And Chris Redhead gets the breakthrough instantly. It's a slower delivery. And Dixit Patel gets this one all wrong, plays all round it. And it clatters into the middle stump. And Chris Redhead starts off with a wicket. Again, gets a little bit of movement off the seam. And Patel has to go. Goes for 9 off of 10. And it's a crucial wicket from Redhead. And the Lisbon Capitals now fall to 29 for 3. That's Redhead's 4th wicket this evening. Had figures of 3 for 14 in the first 2. Mike Seal playing needs to play straight. Well, this was one of the issues that they had in the previous game. Any delivery that was on the stumps, it wasn't respected. Just trying to hit every single ball out of the ground. It's just not going to work, especially when the pitch is misbehaving ever so slightly. There's not a lot that he really should be doing apart from just respecting the delivery, waiting for the bad ball. Keeper Junja into the attack, to the crease, and he's just played this into the leg side for a nice and easy simple single to get off the mark. And almost bowling him round the legs, but unfortunately it is a leg side wide, so he gets punished. Solidly played by Andani, respected. And this is one of the things with a bowler like Redhead, as someone spectating, you almost think, oh, this is easy, you know. Bit of a slower bowler. Should be able to just stand and deliver, but when it's stump to stump, you just got to respect it, otherwise you just run the risk. And at the moment, it's not really high risk reward. And he takes him on. Oh, and it breaks through him. And it's going to go all the way for another boundary. And that just releases a bit of pressure, and you just wonder. And I think that the Coimbra Knights know how much of a huge wicket that could have been. Manjeet Singh, very uncharacteristic of him, puts this one down. And it goes from bad to worse as it trickles away for cuatro corridas. And Azad Andani living life on the edge here. Short into the leg side again. There's two men out there. I think he's going to split them, and he does. It's consecutive boundaries, so a really decent over turns into an almost average one with just the one wicket coming off it, but 10 runs already with one delivery remaining, and Andani's looking to get on the front foot now. This is the luck that the Lisbon Capitals needed here. Need a little bit of luck if they're going to raise up to a total here. Advances and hits this well, but straight to the man. Could be close. Oh, it's at the wrong end. At the wrong end as he slipped, but there was sportsmanship then. He wouldn't have taken something, he eventually slipped. He's still not even got his bat yet, but a decent over from Redder. Gets the wicket, goes for 10 off it, and at the end of the 6 overs, Coimbra Knights have restricted the Lisbon Capitals to 39 for 3. It's a good over nonetheless from Redhead. We're going to see Gurpreet Singh now. Into the attack. Cricket coach saying that he's acquired the squashies. Well, you will become my best friend here in Coimbra if you do bring them over. Is it? Am I right in saying you're playing on the Monday? You'll have to let me know if that's correct. I think you're playing on the Monday. Continuing, here is Singh. Comes off the leg, could be close. Ends up getting back pretty comfortably for the single. And it's been given, and that's an absolutely outstanding catch from that man again, Girish Singh. He gave us a highlight earlier in game number 5, and in game number 6, he does it again down the leg side. And that man, well, he's failed again, Azad Andani, and he has to go. Outstanding one-handed catch. And Andani knew as soon as he hit it, and as soon as that catch was taken, and he has to go and make that long, long walk back. And that wicket now means that the Lisbon Capitals fall to 40 for 4. What an absolutely outstanding, outrageous catch that was. And this keeper, Girish Singh, proving to be a serious, vital component of the Coimbra Knights here. I know, they've got the stream on in the clubhouse. There'll be a few of them watching that one back. Into the leg side by Taj Mahmood. Should just be the one.
Oh, nice throw, bye. Bahut bada Junaid, bye. Bahut bada Guri bhai.
Really hard for the keeper to see, so he needs backing all the time.
Keepers make the difference, as Mike Sill says, and he's certainly correct. Full into the leg side, and that's going to be a welcome boundary. And it's going to be 6 corridas here in Portugal. 2 full. Sits deep in his crease and it just becomes a slot delivery in the arc. And he's not going to miss out on that one. And it's 6 runs and 6 of the best. And again, deep in the crease, pulled hard into the leg side. And Janai Khan collects it cleanly. Great fielding out in the outfield. And they come through for just a single. A good over so far if you're a Lisbon Capitals fan. Obviously losing a big component, but then getting a few runs to just make it a little bit better. And this is hit and hit hard. Might split the field. This is going to be a tough chase. It's going to go down the hill, but he gets a foot on it. It's a good boot from Ravi Jaku. And they end up coming through for the 2. So again, good work out in the field. Again, setting the standards. Might not be the prettiest way of doing it, but it's effective nonetheless. And at the end of 7, Lisbon Capitals are 50 for 4. So this gets us to take a little look at what's going on tomorrow. Well, this is the night series. However, we're starting, and we've got 4 games coming up for you tomorrow. And we've got 4 games. Match 7 all the way through to 10. Malo Calanders taking on Gorka 11 and Gamblers SC. And then we've got Gorka 11 taking on Lisbon Capitals and the Gamblers finishing off against the Lisbon Capitals again. That starts at 10:30 GMT, 12:30 Central European time. It's 4 o'clock if you're in India. So plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Straight cricket all the way through the week. Monday through till Sunday. At least 4 games a week. Outstanding stuff here as we continue here into the 8th. And it's Ravi Jaku. It's a good start. Junjat looking to try and play this again into the leg side. Well, the Capitals only need 7 more to get past their previous total. But the batting unit isn't firing for them so far in this tournament. Goes up high, will take some catch. And he does take it on the second time of asking. Parries it up, makes it a little bit easier for himself. And the celebrations all round, the bells ringing. And it's another wicket for the Coimbra Knights. And the Lisbon Capitals now fall to 50 for 5. Trying to go aggressive, so deep in the crease. Again, just meets it with a cross bat. Just wonder, was that the right way to go about it? As he eventually takes it. And it's another wicket for Ravi Jaku. Back up his figures from the previous game. 2 for 13. And now he's got his first scalp in this game. And it brings the new batsman to the crease. Untitled Patel. In the previous game, went for a duck. He's got a lot of pressure on him now as he needs to fire off here for the Capitals. And if the Capitals can get a victory here in this second game of the evening, then you just feel it just mixes the table up a little bit. It makes things a little bit more interesting, but the standings at the moment certainly looking interesting nonetheless. Into the offside, there's a man there, and he's taken it. Well, that's outstanding. Once again, parrying it and giving himself a little bit of an opportunity to take it a lot easier, and he takes it on the second time, and it's another wicket, and now the Lisbon Capitals in even more trouble. 50 for 6. Take another look here. It's short and wide. It's right off the toe of the bat. You can see there, he takes it, and then it's an outstanding grab, one-handed on the dive to recover. And Untitled Patel goes for a golden, and we've got another hat-trick opportunity here. It's all happening here on the European Cricket Network, and it's been an absolute privilege to bring you the commentary. We've had some outstanding moments over the last hour and a half, 2 hours, but it's not going to go anywhere. We've still got plenty of cricket to come your way. But it's hat-trick time. We've got a hat-trick ball. And it is an edge, but this time it's going to run away, and it's going to be 4 runs off the edge. 4 corridas. And 4 welcome runs to the Lisbon Capitals. But what a great delivery to Bolt for a hat-trick delivery. Doesn't quite come off, but he's off the mark, is Naseem, straight away with the boundary. Might be a bit of a squeaky boundary, but it's a boundary nonetheless in the book. Oh, and this time, not even Giddish Singh could have stopped this one. And Ravi Jaku losing his line completely, and it's consecutive boundaries, but this time it's even worse. It's 5 wide, and he's got to bowl that one again. Again, bit of a Gundy ball, and there's no surprise here, really. Giddish Singh takes a step back. Ravi Jaku clearly just struggling ever so slightly. Well, he takes a step back. There's an appeal, and then the finger rises. And I think that the batsman knew as soon as that one went through to the keeper that it was going to be given. And he walks off. And it's another wicket and another catch for Giddish Singh. And sensible wicket keeping from him. Took a step back. And it's a slight nick off the outside edge. Swinging for the hills. It finds the outside edge. It's another wicket, and the Lisbon Capitals now fall to 59 for 7 with 1 delivery remaining here in the 8th. There certainly might be a few beers flowing and some other drinks flowing out in the clubhouse. That bell's been rung a good few times tonight. And Mike Sills saying he heard this nick all the way in the UK. Off the pad, half of an appeal, and again, doesn't matter even if the keeper was stood up or stood back, this flies away, and it's another boundary. So a bit of an expensive over. Did get the 3 wickets in that over. But 3 boundaries coming off it as well. And at the end of the 8th over, the Lisbon Capitals are 63 for 7. See the worm here. 3 wickets falling in that over. It's the second time this evening that we've had 3 wickets in the over. You're going to see the skipper bringing himself back on. Chris Redhead back into the attack for the Coimbra Knights. And again, a great take from Giddish Singh. Really impressed. So quick. His hands are really soft, and he doesn't snatch at the ball. Clearly very confident with his glove work at the moment, and rightly so. And this is a short ball. This is an opportunity, but it sails over his head. It was a bit of a Gundy ball, but this time it sails over, and it's a well-welcomed 6 corridas for the Lisbon Capitals. He was teasing him, just teasing him, and there you just see. I don't think they really had much of an opportunity. Does Redhead have a response? Down the leg side, it's going to be given a wide. Just getting thrown off of his line and length here. Just needs to settle the nerves a little bit. And this is hit even better. This is coming towards me. And it's going to be another 6 runs here. And it's another 6 corridas. 6 wide 6. Not a good start to the over from Chris Redhead. He will be furious with himself. He's got to come back here for the Coimbra Knights. And these boundaries, really crucial for the Lisbon Capitals here. Taj Mohammed not waiting around. Change of angle round. Oh, and there's a big snick. And the change of angle works coming across him. And that the keeper again, Giddish Singh, outstanding behind the stumps. And there's not much of a better comeback than that from Chris Redhead. Changes his angle, comes around the wicket, across the body. It's a big snick, to be fair. And he just takes it in the webbing of his right glove. Take a look here. Huge snick. Standing work. And another wicket falls, and the Lisbon Capitals, they're now 76 for 8. The keeper might be owed a few things after this game if the Coimbra Knights go on to win this. Outstanding work. Not really put a foot wrong. I put a, should I say, a glove wrong. But it brings Rahul Bhardwaj to the crease. Just drops and runs. It could be close here with a direct hit. And it ends up going around. And the chances of doubling up off the buzzers. Turns it down. And all of a sudden, well, those boundaries, the Lisbon Capitals bench is just starting to pipe up a little bit. Cobra Knights equal to it, saying, well, if you want to be loud, we can be even louder. It's all happening here on the European Cricket Network. Oh, there might have been a snick on that one. And they come through for the run. And it is given as runs. So, an interesting over for both teams there. Another snick, bottom edge, off the pad. 15 coming off it, but the wicket as well. And at the end of the 9th, the Lisbon Capitals are 78 for 8.
All the way. 1, 2, 3. 11 more overs. Lovey in, yeah? Lovey's in. Cracking 3 of those.
And, well, it's going to be Gurjit Singh, who, even though in a tight contest, more than happy to help. And it's a perfect example of our motto at the European Cricket Network: stronger together. Just don't tie the shoelaces together and we'll be okay.
Go on, Guri! Let's have another cracker, mate.
So we go to the final over, and it's going to be Gurjit Singh for Cobra Knights. This is just played into the offside. It's to the man Panda, who had a bit of early action. He's not really found the ball since. It's just come through for a single. And again, just played into the offside. Opportunity here. There's a bit of a fumble from Redhead. Just couldn't get it out of his hands. Good pressure nonetheless. Dragged into the leg side. Just going to be the one run.
Let's finish strong, boys.
3 deliveries remaining. 81 on the board. Full hit well into the leg side, and that's going to be a welcome boundary. And it's cuatro corridas. Much to the delight of the watching Lisbon Capitals bench. Bit of a slot delivery, 2 full from Gurjit Singh. And it's 4 runs to the total. And well, what a shock surprise there as the keeper, Gurjit Singh, takes another grab behind the stumps. And it's another wicket for Gurjit Singh. That's his 2nd scalp of the innings. And once again, Gurjit Singh taking another catch behind the stumps. That's his 5th dismissal in this game alone for Gurjit Singh. I'd love to know what the most wicket-keeper caught behind in one innings is, because that, I feel like we might have just set an ECN record. We've got 1 delivery to go. Swings and swings well. Straight to the man. They're going to turn and go. They should go to the keeper's end, and they will do. And they are going to take it comfortably. So, no surprise. It's that man again, Gurjit Singh, involved in the run-out. And that means that they're going to fall to 86 all out. And again, we're going to be set for an interesting defence from the Lisbon Capitals. But once again, credit where credit's due. Coimbra Knights have bowled extremely well. A few more extras than they would have wanted with 13 wides. However, they can be happy with the way that they've bowled. They kept it tight. They got wickets again at crucial times. But the Lisbon Capitals, they put on more than what the Coimbra Knights made, so they're going to feel confident as we take a look at the highlights of the first innings. There's only really one man that we can actually talk about. Obviously some excellent bowling once again from that man, Janai Khan. However, it has to be said that the man, the myth, the legend, Gurjit Singh, involved in 6 dismissals, 5 caught behind. Some of the best glove work I have seen in a very long time here on the European Cricket Network. But as you see, the opening bowlers Well, they bowled well. Junai Khan, 2 for 11 off of his overs. And again, there's one of the examples. Caught behind once again for Girish Singh. Big swipe. And he has it to go. And that was Sadam Akbari in at number 3, 7 off 13. So only 2 batsmen once again getting into double figures, but not pushing on. 13 for Azad Andani and 15 for Taj Mohammed, who hit 2 massive sixes. However, we won't find out if it's going to be enough until later on. And again, Chris Redhead, 2 for 25. He'll be a little bit disappointed that he's leaked a few too many there. Just few deliveries that were a bit too short. And this one, well, this was a little bit of a shame for him, and he'll feel hard done by, as he was a drop catch and ended up going all the way for 4 runs. However, in this one again, almost this next delivery splits the fielders almost perfectly, and he got the boundary. And Andani, that was one of 2 of his boundaries. But then he had to go the next over to, and again, an outstanding catch from Girish Singh. There wasn't a lot that man really couldn't do this innings, and then there was just some interesting batting. Again, you never know on a pitch like this the way it's behaving at the moment. And considering that they managed to bowl the Coimbra Knights out and restrict them to 73 off of their 10 in the previous game, and this again, an outstanding catch. Took it on the second chance. And that led us to a hat-trick opportunity, but it wasn't taken in the end. But there was 3 wickets in that over. There's also a few runs leaked off it as well. That was the hat-trick ball. Ended up running away towards the boundary for another bat for 4 runs. Once again, 5 catches in innings has to be a record. And there's another one of them there. He was adamant that this one was out. A huge snip. It was heard by quite a lot of people. And you can see there, Gert shaking his head, nodding, saying, yeah, that's going. The finger's going up. And then there was a few boundaries down the leg side. And this one a long way. It was teasing the man on the boundary, Manjeet Singh, but flew over his head. That was one of 2 maximums for Taj Mohammed. 15 off 6 for him. However, it wasn't to be, as he ended up getting caught once again behind off of Chris Redhead, and you can see that he was certain that was out. And again, incredible work from Girish Singh. And I know that Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, I'm not sure if he's actually watching this evening, and I'm pretty sure they're getting stuff ready back to get moving on. And I'm sure that he will be watching the highlights, and he will be super appreciative of the work from Girish Singh that he's seen here today. Plenty of excellent stuff here, but we're going to take a quick break as the Lisbon Capitals have set 87 for victory for the Coimbra Knights. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. My name's Charlie Hunt, and you're watching the European Cricket Network. And welcome back to el Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. And welcome to the second innings of the match, as we are about to see the second innings of match number 6 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. My name's Charlie Hunt, and it's been a pleasure to bring you the coverage so far, but we're not done yet. We've got what I feel is going to be another exciting chase here. And no surprise that we're going to see Junai Khan opening up for the Coimbra Knights. And we're also going to see Rahul Bhardwaj opening up, similarly to what happened in the first game. But a welcome to everyone watching on the YouTube channel, European Cricket Network. If you are, do subscribe, get involved in the live chat. And this is the final innings of today. And if you're watching on FanCode in India, a very good evening, good night to you. Hope you're all well. But we're just about ready to get underway here in the second innings. And it's going to be Rahul Bhardwaj to get us underway. It's an edge and it's been put down. Well, it would have been, again, another outstanding bit of wicket keeping. We've had some outstanding, incredible scenes earlier with Gudish Singh taking some worldies, but however, Parth Jujan just wasn't able to make that one count. Wasn't able to make it stick, but it's a dot ball nonetheless. And Khan punishes them, and well, gets dropped, and this time goes all the way, and it's gone for 6 corridas here in Portugal. And no surprise, you drop him, he's going to punish you. And this one goes all the way. And it's 6 runs, and 6 of the best. Flat, hard, 6 runs. Oh, it's a big swing, and there might have been a nick on this one. And it's again put down. It'll be interesting to see what the umpire puts here. Doesn't signal anything, so it was given as runs. And it's a very interesting start here early on. Hits this, but doesn't get anything on this. And the man, Gudish Singh, is going to have to go. So, Gudish Singh had an absolute worldie of a 10-over period with the gloves, but this time gets it all wrong. Doesn't get it. It's too early on it, too late on it. Correction. And it just pops up. And Rahul Bhardwaj not going to miss out on those ones. And it's going to have to go. So, Coimbra Knights early, 7 for 1. And it gives me an opportunity to say a very good afternoon to Kitty Hunley. I hope you're well and welcome. You managed to pop in earlier to the Rome chat. Glad to have you here in Portugal alongside me. Charlie Hunt here for the European Cricket Network. And again, we're going to go early for it. Going to do a lurkers shout out. If you're lurking, if you've been watching and been keeping quiet on the YouTube chat, you can either drop the lurkers eyes emoji, or you can tell us where you're watching from. Get some questions in a while. The new batsman to the crease, Manjeet Singh. It's an edge. There's a man there, but it's going to fly over his head. And Manjeet Singh gets lucky early on, and it's 4 runs. Some leaky 4 runs, but it's 4 runs nonetheless. Just runs away towards the boundary, and Dixit Patel couldn't quite cut that one off. And IPL Raz saying he's enjoyed these games a lot. And I'm not surprised. Pure entertainment here on the European Cricket Network over the last few weeks. Leg side, it's going to be given a wide, but again, a good take. Wicket keeper's on point at the moment. Parth Jujan proving that he's equal to Gudish Singh. Let's see if you're going to flash hard. Absolutely. Flash Gordon. And this, 2 wide outside the off stump, and it's going to be given. Go shrug. Just asking a very good question there. Did covered it earlier. I briefly brought it up in the previous innings, but this is just defended and blocked into the offside. So clever from Manjeet Singh. And that's going to bring us to the end of the first. And Cobra Knights, 13-1. So, Shrug just asking the question, what's coming up tomorrow? Well, I can tell you, we've got 4 games coming up for you. And hopefully, in one of those 4 games, we may get a golden ball. 402 now, where we are. 402 matches without a golden ball. And it just keeps going. But no, tomorrow, we've got 4 games for you. So, the night series become not really a night series. We've got Marlow Calanders at 11:30 local time, so 12:30 GMT, taking on Gorka 11. And then there's also Marlow Calanders taking on Gamblers SC, and then the Gorka 11 take on the Lisbon Capitals, and then we see off the day with Lisbon Capitals taking on the Gamblers SC. So 4 games coming up tomorrow, but it's the hat-trick man, Taj Mohammed, and he's not going to get away on the best start. He's going to run away down the hill, and it's going to be another boundary. And it's 4 runs and 4 of the best cuatro corridas here in Portugal. Just dabbed into the offside, splits the fielders and runs away. And it's a good dive, a good effort nonetheless. But not the start that Taj Mohammed would have wanted. 4 games for you tomorrow. So 4 games a day. This is going to be a dead ball, but 4 games a day over the last 7 days. 4 games minimum, that is. So that starts at 12:30 GMT. Short, and again into the offside. They should come through, and they come through well for the single. It's good running from these 2. Chris Smith just did my job for me. More than happy to. But again, very privileged to be able to be out here in Portugal at the moment covering this night series, which becomes a bit of a day-night series tomorrow. So certainly looking forward to a long day of cricket once again. It's now Manjeet Singh on strike. Now, and Taj Mohammed just showing. Still got it in him tomorrow. Still got it in him today, I should say. We will see him tomorrow. However, just proving he's still a decent with the ball, as we've seen it before. Managed to get a hat-trick in the previous game. 17th this year, I believe it was. Shrug saying he's going to have a sore voice after 4 games. Well, we'll see. We'll see. This is Fuller, and just dragged into the leg side. Bit of a cloth, really. And they come through for the single. No, but you are correct on me, Todd, on me ones. But at the moment, it's kind of what I'm used to, really. Obviously, I was out in Malta covering the Valletta Cup on my ones, and then did the German tri-series in Krefeld on my own as well. And this is hit and hit well, but a good bit of work by the man. That's Dixit Patel. Good bit of work, getting a good solid hand on it, tips it round the post, and it's just going to be the 1 run. But no, again, very privileged to be here and more than thankful for the opportunity. As always, good team of commentators around now here on the European Cricket Network. And this into the leg side. This is good cricket. I don't mind this. Don't have to go for a boundary every ball. Rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking, especially with a target of 87, and they're already 21 on the board, and that is 21 for 1 after 2. Chris Smith putting it pretty well, saying got 26 games still to do after this one. Just goes to show plenty of cricket coming your way. So if you haven't already, do subscribe to the ECN European Cricket Network. Plenty of cricket on the way over the next few weeks. Obviously, have Super Series starting on Monday, and we continue through the week on the night series. And then after that, off to Dresden in Germany. Rico will be taking you there. And then off to Krefeld. And then after that, off to Belgium, where I will be on comms alongside Vinny Sandu. Well, there's an opportunity here. I'm not sure if the foot actually ever lifted the ground. And Conrad Greenshields saying, no, it didn't. Turns it down. Take another look as the spinners come into the attack. And to be fair, it didn't move an inch. Did lose his balance. You see here, doesn't move an inch until the bell's been taken off. So good work from the batsman, and adjusts well, but this is straight to the man. The man just struggling with the sun ever so slightly. That's Raul Bardwaj. Just getting that one wrong. Shrug, I do appreciate your kind words there. Saying I like Charlie's commentary, does really well. Always on his own. Much appreciated. Very looking forward to Belgium later on at the end of August. And joining Vinny Sandu on comms, that's going to be an exciting time. This is a wider delivery, push wide, and it is going to be called. So, given the license to go for it, but misses out, does Junai Khan. Kitty again, thank you ever so much for your kind words. Much appreciated. And this is again wide, but this time it is given. And there was a look of, almost a plea of begging really from Patel, saying, don't give it, don't give it, don't give it. It was eventually given by Gert Oosthuizen. And this is hit well and hit hard, but there is a man, and that's Nassim. I think with the direct hit, I think he still would have been safe. But good running nonetheless from these two. Good understanding between each other. Another boundary for a good few deliveries now. Hit this well, and just as I say that, well, talk about the commentator's curse. If you're a Lisbon Capitals fan, as this is punished into the leg side, and it's another 4 runs. A little bit too short, rocks back, and just punishes through, races away on this beautiful electric outfield hit. I have to say that the outfield, considering Portugal's in its longest drought ever in its history, is looking splendid. Oh, well, he goes for another one. This has gone right up in the air, and he takes the catch safely. So, Akshar Patel gets a little bit of tap, but then gets a good comeback and takes the wicket of Manjeet Singh. He has to go 11 off of 9, and the Coimbra Knights now fall to 29 for 2. And it's on that teasing length. Not really full enough to get down on one knee and sweep. Gets this one all wrong. Brings the new batsman into the crease. So IPL wrestling, so there's no holiday this week. Well, not really. You've got cricket every single day of the week, Monday through till Sunday. And, well, you won't be having Vinny and Corey on Monday. You've got Rico alongside Nikki Chowdhury. Nikki will be making her debut on European Cricket Network commentary duties, but a more than capable commentator. As I've mentioned previously, she's been working for many counties out in the UK, providing commentary on some of their live streams for the county championships, and alongside the BBC as well. So very good luck to her, and I'm sure she'll have a great time with Rico in the Ice Cube. This is played into the offside, straight to the man. And I'm not sure if there's a little bit of eccentrics from Conrad Greenshaw's the umpire there. And that brings us to the end of the over. You take a look here at the end of the power play. And after 3, the Coimbra Knights are 30 for 2. Shrug saying we get to have Rico back on the day games. Absolutely. Looking forward to hearing a little bit of Shabba Shabba. And a little bit of Balle Balle from Rico Full. And obviously brings us to the end of that power play. So fielding restrictions lifted. And we're going to see Taj Mohammed continue into his second over here. To take a wicket. He's not going to take a wicket if he puts it down the leg side. It's going to be a wide ball. And Mike Till saying he's loving watching these in the evenings. Interesting to watch. Well, again, plenty of entertainment, and it's an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here. And Kitty bringing something that I've actually completely forgotten to bring up, so we'll talk about that after this delivery. Short, and, well, Kumar feels as if he's missed out there, Vikash. But again, yeah, Kitty bringing something up there. Bit of news coming out, some breaking news breaking earlier today. Obviously, about the ECC later this year, and this is down the leg side again, but it's well fielded, and it's just the one run off the wide, but it is a wide obviously down the leg side, but no, for sure. news coming early today that the ECC will be flicking the switch to prime time, and it'll be a mixture of day-night games. So the first game will be starting at 9:30 GMT, and the last game will be at 5:30. It's well played by Junaid Khan. Just respects this one. Plays this into the leg side. But no, so the European Cricket Championship obviously coming up from the 12th of September to the 14th of October. And the matches have been they've been shifted ever so slightly to suit the European and Indian evening prime time zone, so that the European network can again help to promote and grow the game even more. So, and this is just pushed into the leg side. It's well adjusted as it stayed very low. As there's half of an appeal as the ball shatters in two. The bat of Junaid Khan. Pretty sure with the bat being down he was okay. I know. Good news to hear that the viewing times will become a lot easier for everyone around the world for the European Cricket Championships later on. That's an outstanding delivery from Taj Mohammed. Outstanding delivery, barely missing the top of off, whiskers away, and even Conrad Greenshaw's giving a little bit of a wince at that one. But no, Kitty, thank you for bringing that one up. Much appreciated. Some big news in the European cricket family. Thoroughly looking forward to the European Cricket Championship. Flicked into the offside. This time, no run. So Vikash Kumar, 1 off of 4 now. Just struggling ever so slightly. I think you just need to get Junaid Khan on strike. 15 off 9, going along nicely. Currently above the rate. Off the gloves, this time getting a bit of extra purchase off the pitch. And it's just going to be played into the leg side. So another run. That brings us to the close of the 4th. And the Coimbra Knights are 35 for 2. So again, another mention of the Italian summer. Well, it's coming to a very, very slow close as the Super Series starts on the 25th on Monday. Again, as I mentioned, Rico and Nicky Chowdhury will be bringing you the commentary out in Rome. Obviously, we saw Roma CC confirming their place in the Super Series just a matter of a few hours ago. They'll be joining Fresh Tropical Albano, Gina Brescia, alongside cricket stars. Mike Seal, just putting a question, how does ECM fund itself? I'm not sure if the robot is around and kicking. I'm sure that he can drop, there's a video that he can drop a link to if the robot's alive and well. We're going to see Dixit Patel continuing here. This is just left outside. And it is eventually given a wide ball. It's a good delivery right in the bocco. Just comes off his knee. That one's going to hurt. And come through for the 1 run. And it brings Junaid Khan back on strike. It's a good length. It's a good delivery from Patel. It's again at that teasing length. Just not in two minds whether to go backwards or forwards. And in those positions, I always feel you're just better off meeting the ball, just nurdling it into the leg side. Well, it goes big. Why nurdle it when you can muscle this over the boundary? And that's what he does. And that's another 6 corridas here. And Junaid Khan looking comfortable at the crease at the moment. Taking a front press, little skip down, meets him. It goes all the way. And it's another 6 runs and 6 of the best. As you can see, the light slowly fading. And the lights slowly starting to take effect. Goes again, gets a boot on this one, but this is going to split the 2 fielders. And it's going to be consecutive boundaries, so 6-4. 10 off of the last 2 deliveries. And again, A powerful shot from Junaid Khan down the ground. Oosthuizen was under a bit of fire again. He's had a few thrown at him over the last couple of days. Wasn't really under any pressure there, but it needs a comeback, does Patel. Full toss, and that's not going to help things. That's going to be another boundary. Patel getting this all wrong in this over. Getting a bit of punishment here, and it's another cuatro corridas. And it gets pushed off. It would have been like it could have was close to a no ball. It's not been called. And it is eventually called, so it is a no ball. So it's a free hit, so things go from bad to worse to even worse here for Patel. And the free hit is muscled into the leg side, but it's straight to Dixit Patel. And it's just going to be the one run. So a good comeback nonetheless. And obviously that means you can see that at the moment, well ahead of the runs. Requiring 35 off of 32 now. And hits this, but hits this well, but there is a man out. Patrolling, and he slips. Well, maybe, yes, no, maybe. And he eventually gathers himself. But they're going to come back for the second. So sloppy out in the outfield. Things not going the Capitals' way at the moment. And at the end of the fifth over, the halfway stage, Coimbra Knights are 55 for 2. And yes, Kirsty in the chat, saying obviously she is Chris Redhead's wife. Doing a wonderful job of looking after us over the last couple of days. Taking a day off today. Take a look there. Junaid Khan at the moment, 30 off of 14. Needs to stick around for his team here. Just nerdle now. You don't need to take any unnecessary risks. But there you go. The lights are on. Slowly coming into play. And, well, that one there, yesterday, only had those two on the left side. They weren't working. But again, you're going to see here just what we're working with here. It's beautiful facilities here. Coimbra. El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. Outstanding work again by the production crew here this week and the next week as well. And he's going to start with a wide in this over. And this is hit, and this is hit even better than the last one. This sails over the boundary, and it's going to be 6 corridas. Full toss, gets the treatment, and that wide proves to be ever so expensive. Junaid Khan is looking in fine touch at the moment. And the bell's ringing, boundaries are flowing. Short into the leg side. There's a man there. It's going to take some catching. Well, and he just doesn't get there. Just falls short, but he does the right thing, and he manages to prevent any more boundaries. Junaid Khan looking in fine form at the moment. This time doesn't get enough on it, and luckily so. Good to see. Nice is hit, and again hit hard. Going to take some cutting off, but it's good work from the man right in front of me. Aslan Nassim does well. Keeps it to just the one. A huge thank you to Archie, saying outstanding cricket commentary too. Much appreciated. And again, a huge thanks to everyone in the chat for keeping me company. Junaid Khan, he's hitting it well, but this time finds the man, but they're just going to come through. There's an opportunity of buzzers, but it's well backed up by fielder at square leg. So less than a run a ball now. And you feel that Lisbon Capitals, they're going to need a bit of a miracle if they're going to get something out of this game here. And again, this one stays low. Dixit Patel. Well, a direct hit, and it could have been close. He only had one stump to aim at. Now requiring 21 off of 25, the equation now. Oh, looking to hit this into the hills, but just finds the inside edge, but he won't mind it as it keeps him on strike. And that brings us to the end of the 6th. And the Coimbra Knights are 67 for 2. So again, as we slowly come to the close of another outstanding evening of cricket here at the Estadio de Miranda do Corvo. As you take a look at some of the stats at the moment of the bowlers, well, Dixit Patel, he's not going to want to see that. Nearly going at 15s, 14.5 and over. And Taj Mohammed again, the pick of the bowlers, going at 6s. That man on strike, he's going to be eyeing up the personal milestone, but I think he's just going to want to get his team over the mark here. But we're going to see the opener, Rahul Bhardwaj, back into the attack. Shorts and hits this well, but I think the man at extra cover gets just a bit of a hand on it. It's just going to be the one, so it keeps the danger man off strike. And Vikash Kumar, he's 7 off of 9 at the moment. Advances, and I think he's getting a little bit bored of playing second fiddle to Janai Khan. I think at this point, just want to get him on strike, really. Only 19 required now. Don't want to get to a point where it ends up being more than a runner ball. Don't want to take it to the last. Hits this well, straight to the fielder. It's going to be a dot ball. Shrug saying, it'd be good if someone other than Marlow could finally win a Portugal ECN competition. Well, just proves their class, but I think this group is going to be closer than people think it will be. Where only time will tell. Does the right thing. Oh, there's a mix-up, and he's going to be gone here. And Janai Khan just saying, don't really think there was a run there, but they both set off. And Janai Khan turns around and said, no, I don't want it. And another wicket falls, and the Coimbra Knights are now 68 for 3. Straight to the fielder. You can see there, well, you have to say, if we're going to be harsh, that it's a little bit of poor running between the two of them. But Vikash Kumar comes off to applause. He's played second fiddle, but he's done a job. He's settled the ship, played the anchor role. 7 off of 12 for him. Again, gives you an opportunity to say a very quick thanks. Well, we still have everyone here. A huge thanks to everyone involved here at the ground. Obviously, Ms. Lav, Ian and Daniel on production doing outstanding work throughout the last few days. Plenty more to come from them. And Conrad and Gert out in the middle for umpiring. And Barry and Nina for the clubhouse as well, doing what they do, hosting us and keeping us watered and fed. As this is just dabbed down to third man and it brings the danger man back on strike. But a huge thank you to them, but also a huge thank you to the Blue Crew. You got myself here for the European Cricket Network alongside Tyrone Peters, tournament referee. Miguel Stoneman, who's on scoring alongside Maxi, who's project manager, and then Shrub as well. Hits this, he gets a hand on it, would have been an outstanding grab. It's just going to flow through and come through for the single. But again, without everyone's hard work, none of this would have been possible. And it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage once again. But again, what a grab that would have been. Didn't really put maximum effort into it. However, brings us to the end of the 7th, and Coimbra Knights are 70 for 3. And well, gives me an opportunity to tell you what we've got coming up tomorrow. A full day of cricket. 4 games coming up to you tomorrow, starting at 10:30 GMT, 12:30 Central European time, and 4 o'clock in India. The Marliclanas with a double-header, taking on both Gorka 11 and the Gambler SC. And then the Lisbon Capitals, they come back for a double-header, taking on the Gorka 11 and Gamblers SC. So a full day of cricket coming your way tomorrow. So make sure you subscribe to the European Cricket Network on our YouTube channel and get active in the chat, as there's plenty of cricket coming your way. So it's Dixit Patel into the attack, and this is just going to be played into the offside for a cut shot, and it's just going to be 1 run as Janai Khan moves in to 42 with 16 now needed off of 17. Going to be a wide outside the off stump. But again, a good take from Partujant. Wow. Ravi Jaku swinging for the hills, but he's given a wide again. This time placed Played elegantly through the infield. It's going to run away, and it's going to race away for another boundary. And the Coimbra Knights edge ever closer to victory, as it's cuatro corridas. And a shout saying that was a proper cricket shot. It certainly was. Just played it late under his nose. Just let the ball run down the hill. Much to the delight of all the fans in the clubhouse. A very good evening to everyone in there. I know you can hear me. Give us all a wave if you can hear me. Hope you're all well. And this is hit, and hit well, but it's not worked well enough. There's a man there, but it's going to be one bounce, 4 runs. And another boundary, and we're now into single figures here. Got enough of it, and it was straight enough to evade the man, and it's 1 bounce, 4 runs. Coimbra Knights putting an outstanding effort in here. And again, into the leg side. And, well, what a way to seal victory here for the Coimbra Knights. And they do it with a maximum. And it's... I don't think they realised, but I think that is... That should be game, set, and match. If my maths is correct, we should be... seeing the players' conversion. I don't think they've realised. There's a bit of a pause in play just to make sure, as there might be a difference in score here now. So I might have been a little bit premature with the celebration. Bit of confusion here, but again, gives me a very quick opportunity to say, no matter the outcome, a huge thank you to everyone, and that is the game. And the Coimbra Knights have done it, 2 from 2 this evening. And a very huge congratulations to all of them, much to the delight of the fans in the clubhouse. And Junaid Khan, what a game. He had 42 off of 21 deliveries, striking at exactly 200. There's not much you can ask for. But once again, a huge thank you to everyone, whether you've been in the live chat today, or whether you've just been watching as a lurker, or on FanCode in India. A huge thank you for everyone who's taken part today. As we take a look at the highlights of the chase, and well, how costly was that? It was a tough chance, but however, if you're going to win matches like these, it's tough chances that you need to take. The half chances need to be taken, but Junaid Khan dropped on none, eventually went on to make 42 off of 21 delivery with some huge shots straight down the ground, some proper cricket shots, and it was great to see. Once again, a huge thank you to everyone in the chat, and a huge thank you to all the blue crew around on the ground, and everyone helping with the Portuguese Federation, and obviously our production crew here at the moment. Without them, we wouldn't be seeing any of these pictures. So Ms. Lavian and Daniel, a huge thank you to all of you. Rest up easy. We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. 4 games of cricket coming your way tomorrow, and I'm sure it's going to be just as exciting as what we've witnessed here again today. But again, some outrageous hitting, some huge, not only some huge bombs, but also some delicate touches behind square. But the Lisbon Capitals, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Not the day that they would have wanted. Sloppy in areas in the field, dropping some real tight chances. And again, in games like these, the half chances are the ones you need to take to have any chance there. And again, just as we finish off these highlights here, a huge thank you to a few individuals in the chat. Obviously Kitty, Chris, Shrug as well, Mike Seal as well. Really appreciate all of your inputs. Kirsty Red as well, been tuning in. IPL Raz as well. A huge thank you to everyone in the chat, as without you, I think I'd feel a little bit lonely here on my own. But again, a huge thanks to everyone in the clubhouse as well. All of your support been much appreciated as we see out the rest of the highlights. Dixit Patel coming in, and that was one of the best shots of the night. Just delicately poised, played into the offside, and it ran away. And then that man hitting some huge bombs, Ravi Chaku. And what a day he's had with both bat and ball. And he ended up finishing the game in style, as that flew over. They weren't sure if that was the game, but it was eventually found out that that was how the game ended, with 6 corridas. And what a way to finish the game it was. So again, just want to reiterate my point. A huge thank you to everyone and everyone's hard work around the ground. So take a look at the scorecards here. And again, I appreciate everyone, but don't go anywhere, as we are here at 10:30 GMT tomorrow as we come back with 4 games, as we take a look at the rest of the scorecards. And it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage of matches 5 and 6 here tonight of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. My name's been Charlie, and we'll see you tomorrow here on the European Cricket Network. Good night.